There are legends that speak of a time of waiting, a time of longing, a time when it is said that that for which we wait is unavailable. And so wait we must, and wait we will. But on this day, our waiting will be together. On this day, our waiting will be as one, and we will prevail. Yes, chat, I am a nerd. And yes, chat, I am making this up as I go. And yes, chat, it is good to see you. It is good to see you all on this happy, exciting Monday that's actually Wednesday, of shared waiting. But we're going to do it together. We're going to get through this. Before we begin, I want to give a hearty, full-bodied hello and welcome to those of you who have come to hang out. Brutal, good to see you. AK, Glorf, Sinner, Briar, Jay Rickardson, Dwarf Man, for Wuffy. We've got Kurgan in the house. We've got Dosey in the house. Hawfunk, Black Fox. My goodness, the roster is stacked today. Loze, welcome indeed. Lutz as well. Olympian, Reckless. What's going on, Reckless? We got Albatross. Good to see you, Albatross. We've got You're the Scald, I think. That's how you say it. You're the Scald. Ginjon, J. Cole. Joppa, I wasn't able to watch all of Monday's stream, and when I tried to watch the video, I got a message that videos are for subscribers only. Is that intended? Because I have watched a lot of your streams that I miss. It is intended, but it is intended to encourage you over to YouTube, where all the VODs are. It's a little bit... So if you want to watch one of the VODs on YouTube, you'll go to the channel, my channel, and instead of clicking videos, you'll click live. And the streams are there in their entirety. So you can watch the streams whenever you want under that live section on YouTube. So yeah. The quality is much better. The VOD quality is much better on YouTube. All right. Kazakh, what's up? Salted Hash. Dayhawk. My new car has a button just for about everything. Sorry. My new car has a button for just about everything. It even has one that says rear wiper. Still too afraid to use that one, though. Thank you, Dayhawk. Carrick, good to see you. Vigilante, Just Let Me Play, Rune Links, welcome. Bookem. Mo. We got Crit. Good to see you all. Joskar in the house. Redbeard Flynn as well. Welcome. Wes. Good to see you, Wes. Black Lotus. Charlie Pills. Charlie Pitts. Charlie Pitts. Charlie Pills. Charlie Pitts. Wait a second. Charlie Pills. It's Charlie Pills. Got it. What's up, Charlie? Lone Dog. Good to see you. Good to see you. When will an AI agent capture all these notifications for posterity? There are so many things I want to do. So many things that I don't even know that you can do yet. So eventually probably is the best answer. Eventually. We'll be getting back into Pantheon when servers go live. Nice. The Big Brew. That's awesome to hear. Very good to hear. Lethal, welcome. Welcome, Lethal. We've got a Convo in the house. Convo, my brother, my friend. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Hey, we need to... I hope you understand, Convo. We've got some serious, stuff to connect on very soon. Okay? So, let me know. Let me know when that window opens. All right. Cyrilus, good to see you. Welcome. Welcome indeed. OMGD TV, good afternoon to you as well. Good afternoon. Colonel Fouts, I got a patch to do. Hey, the patch has nothing to do with me as far as the patch rolling out. That is being done. That is being handled. What's up, Paticus? Good to see you. Good to see you. Dilbo Bagskin, good to see you as well. Ianidin, welcome. Paramus TV, welcome. Servers are not up yet. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Steve Fence, good to see you. Wolfgar, welcome, Wolfgar. Visibility 0. What does the patch add? We're going to go over the patch notes together here in just a bit. Giving people a little bit more time to trickle into the stream. We've also got our YouTube friends. Some of them are on both sides, I guess, YouTube and Twitch. But Charlie, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Jason, Dynamic Entry, Dennis, Best, Adro Minen, good to see you. Bookham, Guts Rage, Guts, Gutsu, Shadowfire, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Kyle as well. Daimlos, good to see you, Daimlos. Mike Larry as well. Russell Kent, Crypto Doozy, Yazex, and D. Good to see you. Oh my goodness, thank you for being here, guys. I hope that the stream today can help you bear the weight a little bit. We'll see. Joppa, can you talk about verisimilitude? I can. I probably will at some point today. It's just one of those things that's always on the mind, you know? That's something Ronak and I have been talking about quite a bit lately. What's up, Snock? What's up, Spoonbard? So yeah, here's the plan for today, guys. And it'll be probably a little fluid, just as we see kind of how things shape out. We've got a potentially up to a 5-hour downtime here, which, as far as I'm aware, from my perspective, I don't think there's any reason to think it will be shorter than that. It could be, but there's no... it could very, very well be the full 5 hours. So we got to kind of lock in and wait. Do a little locking in and waiting. What's up, Jaraki? Isabel, good to see you as well. Goris, Stormona merger is really sad times. I'm expecting it to be a good thing in the end. And I know that's a hot take. I know not everybody agrees, but I think it's going to be a really good thing in the end. At the end of the day, and I'm sure this topic is going to come up quite a bit during the stream. Like, you know, why merge server X into server Y? Stormona, you know, obviously has a reputation for being kind of the, I don't know, the server that you don't want to touch kind of thing. But at the end of the day, as people are coming back to Pantheon, as people are trying it out for the first time, over and above economy, over and above pretty much just about anything that you could fill the blank with, people having other players to play with if they want to is like very top of the list. Making sure that when people log into play, if they desire to do stuff with other people, that they have as much of a chance to do that as they can. That is the goal. That is the goal. And that's throughout, the level ranges, right? DM Spiral, thank you so much, man, for the tier 1. Thank you. Truly. I appreciate that big time. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, DM Spiral, and the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. That is amazing. That is generous and awesome, and I appreciate the support, and congratulations to those of you that now have your ads freshly blasted. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Truly. 3 hours of EQ Guesser? We'll see. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk through the patch notes. Those have been released. We're going to talk through them together. And then we'll kind of see where we're at. Yeah, we'll probably do maybe some EQ Guesser. We'll see. We'll see what the state of the dev server is. Maybe we can get on and do a little bit of, I don't know, some low-level wizard gameplay, see what things are like at the start, knowing that we have a ton of wizard changes coming in. We'll find some things to do to pass the time together. I'm not worried about that. I am not worried about that. Pramus, that is something that we're looking at. That is something that we're looking at, as we're doing these server mergers. A big single unified server, at least, while we're in EA. That's something that we are looking at. We haven't made any decisions on it yet, but we're not ruling that out for sure. So let's do it. Let's see. Oh, nice. Yes. Cool. You're excited to start playing again? You've been so busy? Yeah. Yeah. I can definitely relate to that. Can't wait. Hooked on this game. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in, you fools. What have you done? All right. Give me 1 second. Hold on. What do we got here? Okay. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get a couple things squared away and my screen a little more organized as well. I think we're good. I think. Okay. All right. Let's talk through some patch notes, huh? Let's do that. So we have the full patch notes released and listed here today. Important. We're going to read this like a syllabus in high school, okay? It's going to be great. Here we go. The wizard class has received a major revision. Many of the old wizard spells have been deactivated and replaced with new versions. If you play a wizard, you will need to visit a trainer NPC and repurchase most of your spells. The spell prices for new wizard spells have been temporarily set extremely low. To help make this easier for players, we hope that our wizard players will enjoy the new and improved magical power at their disposal. And my sweet Christmas, let me tell you something. That is a true statement. The magical power at your disposal has changed, has grown. And we hope that you enjoy it. Here we go. World. Local weather systems have been re-enchanted to stop chasing players across the map. I've seen a few people mention this, like, what does that mean, local weather systems? Does that mean the rain's going to, like... Does that mean that, like, it'll be raining in some places in the zone and not in others? I thought it was, like, a zone-wide thing. Weather is a zone-wide thing. What this is talking about is local weather systems, so things like druids being able to conjure a weather volume. That will no longer follow them around the map. That's what that means. Things like the Usharuk summoning a localized, frigid weather volume. That will no longer move around. The Wild Mound Cradle. Here we go. In the Silent Plains is now accessible for characters level 36 and higher. Adventurers who wish to explore this new area should proceed with caution. A special high-level event has been enabled in Blackrose Keep. This event can occur randomly and has a higher chance to occur when more groups are actively adventuring in the zone. No. The snow falling in Hangor and the 2 tiers of frigid climate in Hangor. Because if you didn't know this, when you first enter into Hangor, it's a tier 1 frigid climate. It transitions into a tier 2 frigid climate once you get deeper in. Those are static. They don't move around at all. They don't come into being. They don't leave. They're just statically persistent. But the Usharuk, as part of the Usharuk's fight, can conjure a frigid climate inside of that kind of war tent. That's what it means by local weather systems. Now, there is a bug, yes, that the snow will follow you through a respawn to a bind point. I actually don't know if this is included in that fix or not. So, we'll see. Here's a big one, too. Nashor, the Uncounted Prince, may once again be confronted within his lair in Halnir Cave. The appropriate key will be needed to open the door to said lair. However, and obtaining that key may require several expeditions into the dungeon to unravel some of its secrets. So, you're going to need a key to get in there, and you're going to need to find where that key is. You killed Usharuk today for the first time. I pulled him outside the tent after I messed up the pool, so I was unaware if his spell is based on his location or is static to the tent. It's essentially kind of centered around him. Yeah. I don't know, Pramus. You're going to have to find it out. You're going to have to find it. All right, let's see. Added support for being able to map the same key to different things in the Keybinds UI. This is huge. This is a huge step forward in the key binding madness and improving our hotkeying system. It's huge. But I cannot overstate how important this one is right here. Added the auto sprint keybind, which by default is mapped to left shift, but I've tested that you can rebind the sprint key to whatever you want, and this still works. And allows sprint to be toggled on and off by tapping the sprint button. Oh my sweet Christmas. It's almost life-changing, guys. It's almost life-changing. Now, if you like it the way it is, that's fine. But this is beautiful. This is a great change. Added a move off-screen UI windows into view button to the settings other menu. It helps recover any panels that have wandered off the screen. That's good. Corrected an issue that would sometimes cause spell effects to not display in the intended position on a target. Fixed a bug in character creation that left the UI in a bad state after canceling. Most Wraith NPCs now count as undead for the purpose of spells and abilities that target the undead. Current weight will now be displayed in red text when the player is encumbered. Macros now have a limit of 50 lines. That's a biggie. That is a biggie. Yeah, no class action carpal tunnel lawsuit now. That's right. The sprint toggle is amazing. It's amazing. $50 might still be too many. I don't necessarily disagree with you. 50 is better than 10,000 plus. So it's a step in the right direction. But doesn't mean that there won't be, updates still to come to that number. But yeah. Added more hairstyles for halflings. Added the rename command. So this is really important for those of you that are going to be affected by the server merges, meaning all of you. The chance that there is a duplicate name on a different server could be something that confronts you. So in the event that that is the case, you have a /rename command, /rename space, the new name that you want. You get one of these. Trying it and it not working because somebody already has that name will not count against the one that you have. You'll have one of these until you actually successfully change the name. And so, yeah. If you log in and you see an X or multiple X's after your name, then you'll want to use the rename command. Yeah, this is per character. Do you have any plans to translate the game into Spanish in the future? It would be great to the Spanish-speaking community. We do have plans to address the localization process, for sure. I don't have like an ETA at this point, but yeah, we definitely want to see it have a good localization pass for sure. Lots of bug fixes. Now you can rename the Glorf Army. You can. There is indeed a Glorf Army. It is a beautiful thing. Fixed a crash related to unsupported ASCII characters in chat. Fixed several issues with climbing and hanging systems. This is a good one. This is a great one. Fixed a bug causing /who filters to be ignored. That's also really nice. That's gotten me a bunch. Fixed a social menu bug that caused the looking for group tab to open after refreshing the who tab. Fixed a visibility bug that allowed nameplates to show through terrain and structures. Good. My phone is popping off right now. Fixed a bug that would cause the player to get stuck in an evading state in Helnir Cave. Fixed a bug where pets would not receive group buffs unless targeted. Nice. Fixed a bug where pets would stop responding after they kill an NPC. Sirens. Potentially very big step forward on that front. Fixed a bug that caused... This is one of those things that is not only a problem for pet classes, it's one of those things that actually kind of leaks into the whole charm situation, like wind charm. This has been a persistent issue and causing that to be delayed as well. So it's good to see. Fixed a bug that caused players... Fixed a bug that caused players stuck on uneven terrain when having high ping. Okay. Fix a bug where merchants would refuse to provide service to players due to slightly negative reputation. Fixed an issue where you could sometimes see a character's breath when they weren't in a cold environment. Fixed an issue where trying to sort the social window player list by zone name would sometimes cause the player to crash. Fixed an issue where looting a corpse resulted in an increased freeze time for each player death. That's an interesting one. Ranger Scout pets should now be properly summoned when beginning channeling. Huge. IK adjustment to fix an issue where some movement animations were not playing properly on some races. I am realizing that I am not in the best position here with my camera. And then let me scroll up here. There we go. we go. Okay. IK adjustments to continue for some movement animation not playing properly on some races. We've seen some glorious IK things on the rogue and stealth climbing up ramps. Possible fix for player not getting credit for a kill in some rare cases. Fix some UI images that were showing white around the edges but shouldn't have been. Fix an issue in climbing where players could accidentally climb down below the surface of the terrain and end up under the world. Okay. Okay. What's up, Bucknewer? Hey, Primus, good to see you. The time of day between zones, linking the time of day between zones, yeah. Yeah. That needs to happen. I'll leave it at that. What's up, 70? 74. Good to see you. Hey, we've got breaking news, by the way. I want to confirm this, though. Let me confirm this. Yep, confirmed. In addition to server merges news, Bacamel, attention Bacamel players, Bacamel is being merged into Haven Song as well. I repeat, Bacamel players, the Bacamel server is being merged into Haven Song as well. Okay. Let's get to the juicy stuff here. We got some item updates. We got some VFX updates. I'll say this, guys. One of the things I'm really excited about is for you to see some of the VFX goodness that we've got going on in the Wild Blood Cradle. The Wild Mound Cradle, excuse me. The Wild Mound Cradle. We're doing some new stuff in there. We're doing some things we haven't done before in there, and I think you're going to be pleased. Not only with the experience that it is in that POI, but also what it speaks to the kind of things we'll be able to do moving forward. Here we go. Classes. Druid. Snare line duration and movement speed reduction increased at all ranks. Monk. Soaring Dragon cooldown increased to 20 seconds. Sidekick line passive proc rate increased to 22% from 10. Backhand line passive proc rate increased from 22% to 22% from 10. Wait, what did I skip over? Oh no. Items. Okay, we can do items. Let's do items. Line 1 in VFX. Remove some custom shaders from Wizard Stance VFX until they can be optimized. What about that, Rinlings? The Wizard Stance? I'm trying to remember what they're called. Isn't Fury of Flame one? It's basically the I don't think they're technically stances. Yeah. I see your question though. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think the item stuff's pretty self-explanatory. At least these will be things that you guys will experience on your own. And keep in mind too, like some of these changes are very much in preparation and serving some of the big, things that are coming up. So some of these things are being done kind of with that in mind. All right, let's keep going. Necromancer. Shroud of Undeath, mana per tick increased. Aura of Undeath added to vendors at level 42. I read some of these on last stream. Where did I leave off? Maybe here? Drain Soul Life Tap upgrade added at level 46. Evaporate Blood Fire Dot upgrade added at level 48. Heat Bloodline damage increase. Life Leech 3 upgrade added at level 45. Reap Strength, Stamina, Intellect, and Charisma added to vendor. Dark Empathy mana cost removed. Sacrifice and health amounts increased. Oh yeah. If the Shroud gives 1 mana regen per second, and the cost to cast dots is 300 mana, that lasts 20 to 30 seconds, how does 60 mana help you cast 600 mana in dots per minute? Not to mention the need to cast life tap, CC debuff, so forth. Summoners have Mana Bomb, Tainers have 1/3 mana guzzle, Wizard has new mana spell as well. Shroud, even if you buff it times 3, it still wouldn't even scratch the surface of the requirements to maintain spells in a fight such as Teldaedrus. So my answer to that is going to be somewhat probably unsatisfying, but it's going to be the pass that Wizards just had, the pass that Summoners are about to have. Necros and Enchanters need to have it as well. And you can bet that when it comes to parity with things like longevity in fights and mana as a bottleneck and things like that, those will be improved for sure. So see this as only stepping stone type stuff with a more full pass coming. Paladin fixed a bug that allowed Hymn of Devotion to stack. Righteous Chop now properly calculates against AC. Burst of Light line bonus threat multiplier reduced. Wrathful Aegis damage portion was heavily outperforming in single target and AoE situations. Now it does 3 ticks over 9 seconds with increased threat per tick. Okay. Was heavily overperforming in single target and AoE situations. The damage portion. It now does 3 ticks over 9 seconds with increased threat per tick. The intent of the ability is to be an AoE threat skill. That's very true. But it was functioning as one of the best damage skills in the game. So, sorry, Pallies. Sorry, Pallies. Ranger fixed an issue where the shrapnel from a Ranger's crystal arrow was removing their disengage crit buff. That's good. Okay, here we go, rogues. I'm low-key a little bit excited about this one because I was excited about Necro as well, but a lot of these things I haven't even experienced yet. So, but here I'm like, okay, me and us. How are we making Rogue's life better today? Waylay line cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 9. Some modifiers adjusted up and down to various ranks to account for the change. Net damage increased at all ranks. So the goal here, you've got the backstab damage line, the damage of the backstab line being increased, but Waylay also being adjusted to be more consistently on par with backstab for rogues that are not using daggers and maining a backstab. Toxins lines updated tooltips to reflect available use on both primary and secondary weapons. Okay. Summoner. Upgrades to Erudite Mind added to vendors for level 25 and 40. Zephyr's Windblade and Biting Wind damage increased. Mana cost reduced. Gale Step cost removed. Definitely a step in the right direction. I've been pouring. By the way, the Summoner feedback so far, if you have any thoughts, guys, on the Summoner class at all, go into Discord, the Pantheon Discord, go into the Summoner section, find the post that I just made yesterday. Summoners, leave me your feedback and give us your feedback. So far, it's been great. So far, it has been great. Excellent feedback. You guys are doing a great job of keeping it really concise and clean. And I've been mulling over that quite a bit. And we're going to be having some discussions, hopefully today, going over some of that stuff with Fuso. Yeah, please do. Please do, Pramus. And anybody else, if you've got... And this is like, you know, yeah, how are you liking the class right now? What is the class currently doing well? Where is the class currently not doing well? Where is it not fun? Where is it really struggling? What don't you like? What's your wish list items? Things like that. We want to have as much concentrated feedback on that stuff as we can to kind of marry it with our own plans and direction and thoughts. And just to kind of help make sure we're on the right track with everything. So please do that if you have not yet. Wizard. All right, guys. Here's the big meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes. Let's see. All right, major class update for the Wizard. Please visit your spell vendor immediately. Most existing spells have been removed from your spell book. All new spells have had their prices reduced significantly during this phase. There have been 18 new direct damage spells added to the game up through level 50. Focus cost has been normalized to 3 focus per cast. And here we have a list of the direct damage spells that have been added. In addition, we have 6 new channeled direct damage spells that have been added. Each tick restores mana. We have 6 new wave or multi-strike damage spells added, and each of these restore focus on completion. So on the last wave, the last strike. 6 new AoE spells have been added. Your starting scrolls have been updated. Familiars have taken their proper form as wyverns once again with new bonuses. Ranks unlocked at levels 12, 16, 20, and 32, 36, and 40. And that is... your initial familiars, your fire, cold, and shock familiars coming in at those first 3 levels, 12, 16, and 20, and then upgrades to each of those hitting at those later levels. Arcane Chords is now a line with multiple ranks. Cold Snap has its focus cost removed and snare decreased from 60 to 50%. Phoenix Fire changed from focus cost to a cooldown. Health regen changed from focus consumed to flat value per tick. That's good stuff. Long live Flappy. Elemental Weaving activation mana cost removed. Stack duration increased to 1 minute. Yo. Nervous Magic readiness cost removed. 1.5 second cast time added. Stat scaling added. Cold Focus, Shock Focus, and Fire Focus are now all instant cast spells. Mana Current added at level 14. Upgrades to Erudite Mind added to vendors for level 25 and 40. And perhaps one of the things that most of you are most excited about, maybe, Dragonfire Bomb has been temporarily removed until we can find a better purpose for it. Yeah. Yep. Granted, it was never working as intended. But in some of the discussions that we had during our Wizard revamp sessions, I think when we start getting into some of these kind of like epic kind of quality grade spells, I think we've got some ideas for things that are even cooler than what we had intended for Dragonfire Bomb, even though it never really was realized. So, yes. Burning Weapon and Elemental Piercing have been removed. Okay. Mana Skin is now obtained at level 20. It is no longer channeled and absorbs damage up to 30% of your total mana pool for the next 10 seconds. I think that is going to be a much more useful spell now. Radiate Heat is now obtained at level 4 and is self-only, lasts for 15 seconds, and has its damage on hit increased. Sure Spell has been moved to level 36, lasts for 15 seconds, and is no longer consumed by the next spell cast. Target level restriction removed. Yes, Kurtz, that is known, and that is something that we will be addressing at some point. I can scroll down no further, so let me just do this for now. Boop. Now, this is very important, guys. There's 2 asterisks next to it, okay? If I could tap the screen, I would. That means, hey, listen up. And this is not only just for the wizard, okay? This is really a good mindset to keep over the next weeks and, months, where you're going to be seeing these class passes, these updates, these, fully finishing these classes out up to level 50 and making these improvements and all this stuff. This is not considered a balanced pass for the wizard. Please expect further adjustments to all values, resources, as well as more spells in the future. Please leave us feedback on the changes and where you would like to see the class go from here. So, as always, feedback is really, really good. We want to hear what you guys think about how the class feels now, what the progression feels like, all that. And then keep in mind what we've said, which is we have some big changes coming up. Not the least of which is the unified NPC type. And just to make sure the expectation is set, wizards right out of the gate today, they're going to be blowing stuff up, okay? They're going to be blowing stuff up. That is not a surprise. That is on purpose because we are beginning to kind of tune towards and lean into this upcoming change. So don't be surprised by that. And understand that as more of these things come into play and these NPC changes happen, you're going to feel your wizard kind of settle back down into a good spot. So we're going to see a big bump right now, a big boost in power, and then it'll settle back down as things catch up. All right, last couple points. Crafting. Level 1 to 10 crafting work orders have been added to Avelia Village and Thronefast. Yes! Players may undertake these work orders to earn tokens, which can be used to purchase schematics and supplies for their professions. To unlock the work orders for your character, speak with Foreman Aldeus or Aldeus or Aldeus in Avelia, however you choose to pronounce it. I'm going to do my best to do regular vids on my classes to try to keep up with thoughts and opinions and feedback as you go forward on balance passes, etc. Nice, Chris. That's awesome. That's very cool. Hey, what's up, Mr. Steel Rose? Good to see you. And then finally, quests. The conclusion for the main quest line in Black Rose Keep has been added to the game. How much little stuff got added that didn't make it into the patch notes, if any? Talking updated animations, models, armor, weapons. Well, let me say this, actually. Let me just say this. I equipped one of the new armor pieces from the Wild Bloods last night. And I was in love. It's not brown. And I'm just going to say, you guys, when it comes to fashion quests, you guys are going to want it. Okay? There are 2 new armor pieces that drop from the Wild Bloods They are not brown. And they are friggin' sweet. There are a lot of new weapons that drop from the Wild Bloods, and they are not brown. And they are friggin' sweet. So, just saying. Votive, no. We have not removed chevrons yet. Not for this patch. What's up, Great Vendini? Good to see you. No poo pants. No poo pants. No poo pants. Yeah, tabards is also a coming soon item. Getting support for the character paper doll to equip tabards, and then having a lot of different kind of tabards that are able to be found, and all that is coming. Burnt umber. Yes, burnt umber indeed. Do you think now is a good time for returning players to give the game another shot? Great question. And I've been asked that a few times. And it's one of those questions ultimately that it really depends on you and therefore how you're planning to play. So somebody that's interested in coming back because they want to no life the absolute snot out of the game, I would say go for it. But understand that we're in a period of time right now where over the next few months there are a lot of very significant updates coming that are going to, in some ways, dramatically improve, I think, the leveling experience, the player progression experience, and just the overall feel of the game. So it's kind of like we're here. I call it the uphill snowball. Like it's a snowball effect. We've had some huge news. We've got a big patch today. We've got a ton of news coming soon. And this snowball is just going to continue to move and grow and build. It's an uphill snowball. Just because whatever. I like the analogy of an uphill snowball. So it's like, at which point in the snowball's movement trajectory do you want to get caught up in it? So that's a really poetic, probably unhelpful way of saying it's really up to you. I think now is a good time. I think 2 weeks from now will be a good time. I think a month from now will be a good time. And in some ways, it's only going to get better and better. So, yeah. Sisyphus has entered the chat. That's right. Okay, let's see. Now, that being said, to go back to that question, any other things that have like snuck in or weren't listed? Talked about the armor weapons. Obviously, the Wild Blood NPCs themselves, the models, but you guys have seen pictures of those. I did a little kind of overview with some of the swimming updates that you guys saw on the last stream. We did so those are coming in, so you'll be able to experience those yourself. And again, those are still in motion. Those are still improving. It's not finished, but it's an update. Yeah. Sledgehammer 4K, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate that very much. That is awesome. Thank you, friend. Shoshin Master, Joppa, any chance to instance Daggas with 6+ kill groups now on Stormona? We're looking at either first to kill or kill rotation, leaving little to no room for new guilds to even attempt progress. Let me let's get back in order here. Get things under control. Okay. Shoshin, great question. We are absolutely planning to instance things like Daggas. The instancing tech, the support for instancing is still down the road a ways though. So it's kind of it's going to be a little bit rough in the interim, just with so many guilds vying for the same target. But yeah, know that down the road, it will be instanced. Yeah. Hey, Sledgehammer, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's this is an awesome community too, and it helps a lot streaming when you've got a community to kind of riff off of and talk to and engage with. So it's just as much you guys, and it's very appreciated. But thank you for that. Thanks for saying that. That means a lot. Yeah, Shoshin, you bet. It's something that I wish we could see sooner than later. Hopefully it will be sooner than later, because it's going to be a really important part of just the game having a good, healthy population and respecting people's time and things like that. So we'll get there. We will. Will AC for tank classes be fixed anytime soon? Right now, it's not in a good state when considering plate versus chain. It will, Dennis, it will. Yeah, we're going to be improving the distinction between like chain and plate. And then we're also going to be, looking at ways for armor class to make more of a felt difference, especially at lower levels. That's one of the areas we really want to also address. Is armor class works, it functions properly, but at lower levels you're dealing with an amount of damage that doesn't really, you end up not being able to feel it. So we've got some ideas on how to make lower level AC feel good as well. So stay tuned on that. That's the stuff that I can't wait to start talking about in more detail. Is like kind of breaking down all of these things that we're going to be addressing, and the insane glow up the game is going to get mechanically when all these things get addressed. My goodness. Dorian, yes. Yeah, you can catch all of the live streams on YouTube. If you go to my channel and then go to the live section, they're all there in their entirety. And that's youtube.com/@Joppa Vash. I know. Redbeard, we need to have another session soon, because the whole bot command side of things, it's like a magical grimoire that I haven't broken into yet. Let's see. Yeah, Joskar, it's a new era indeed, my friend. Hey, Tex. Good to see you, Tex. Thoughts of adding voice narration to listen to the lore on Pantheon's webpage as small audiobooks? That would be sick. I would love that. Don't have any plans for that right now, but That would be really sick. I would love to see our lore more generally kind of represented on the webpage too, just in more of its entirety. That would be awesome. All right, I'm going to patch up the dev server real quick so we can hop in there and, I don't know, maybe run around on a new wizard for a little bit and just kind of take a look at what that's looking like. Tumidin, you wish there were power gains with levels and not just items only. Yeah. Yeah. Me too. And us too. I think the game has been, up until right now, it remains extremely item-centric as far as progression at all. And then the items that bring progression, that bring that power, are very scarce. There's an intense scarcity, and there's a lot of gaps between item upgrades that just leave you in kind of that, I don't know, that kind of stagnant state. So that's going to improve, and we're going to be improving that on the level of some of the tweaks that we're going to make to itemization and the availability of items and how they are acquired and, you know, how they scale. Some of that's going to be handled through the changes we're making to the skill system, and how skill is going to also be a part of how you progress and how your character power feels as it's improving. And that will, you know, be hand in hand with leveling to an extent where when you level up, you can get your skills higher. That'll be something that you're excited about. And then the mastery system will be a big part of it too, because even though it's not intrinsic to the level up itself, at the very least, you will be getting mastery points when you level up, such that by the time you get to level 50, you will have a certain amount of mastery points to spend based purely on your level ups. And in that regard, leveling up will be a part of, you know, feeling more powerful as well. T-Chief, that would be a ton of fun. It'd be awesome to get like Justin, to get Jay and Gerhard in here for that as well. Fireside chats with JN and Joppa on a segment of the lore from time to time. That'd be really cool. Joppa would be able to use Shift W, Shift R for abilities now, along with using Shift for sprint. AK, that's not something I've tested yet. I actually probably going to test that as soon as we hop in here on the dev server, because that is at the top of my wish list right now. Key binding improvements. Would be interesting if mastery points could be gained in between levels. Oh, they will be able to, yeah. Leveling up is only one of the ways that you will gain mastery. There will be other ways to do it as well that you're free to pursue. How much effort is being put into preventing best build sets of masteries that are required where other masteries are ignored as being a waste of time? Hey, what's up, Grayskin? I'm I'm hesitating just because I'm trying to think of how best to answer that question, knowing we haven't still being at the point where we haven't talked a lot about how to work yet. TBD, Dennis. We haven't announced a date for it yet. On one level, I'll say this. I'm not going to say that it's our goal to try ongoingly to avoid meta build situations. Anytime you have something like a build or something like anything similar to a talent tree, or where you have options that you're making to change certain things about your class, I don't know that there's an example of not having a most optimal way of doing it. And I would even go so far as to say, like, I don't think that's even necessarily a bad thing, because I think there are people that they don't care as much about the creativity and the freedom. They kind of just want to know, like, what's the best thing to do for my class, and they want to just do that. And I think that's okay. But our goal is we have these kind of guiding principles. One of them being, we're not interested in players in a player class being able to fulfill or like role swap. We don't want warriors becoming healers. We don't want healers becoming rogues. We don't want, you know what I mean? Like, we want to keep those lines. But what we do want to explore is, number one, the flexing that we have embraced. This idea that, and it's not even for every class equally. Some classes have more robust flexing than others. You have an example like the rogue, which can very effectively flex into a focus on CCing and disruption and general management for a period of time at the sacrifice of their DPS. They do not take the place of enchanters. They're not going to take the place of eventually a necromancer, a bard, when it comes to like how effectively they can do that role, but they can flex into that for a period of time at the sacrifice of their kind of main role. That's something that Mastery is going to be part of, like helping players lean into a little bit more. So if you're a rogue that's more interested in straddling that line where you can be more utilitarian, you can be more flexy, you're not going to be getting a lot of the DPS things that a rogue that's more focused on their damage or their burst or whatever maybe is going to do, but you're going to have more options, and it's going to be a little easier for you to flex into that kind of side role. That's the kind of example of something we want to see in Mastery, where you can make that decision and have the freedom to do something more like that and do more unique things like that. Warrior's another great example where, we've had a lot of people say, I love the warrior class, and I really wish that warriors could be more two-handed focused and even more damage focused. And it's like, okay, well, the main class fantasy behind the warrior in Pantheon is a shield wielding battle commander. And the shield is very much kind of an intrinsic part of the design of the class. But we have this other power fantasy that players are super interested in, and we're interested in, which is, more of that, what happens when a warrior forsakes the shield and kind of embodies more of that, less of that kind of shield bastion side, less of that kind of commander side, and is focused more on that kind of warlord side. What would that look like? And, what are the kind of decisions that a warrior would make to sacrifice this thing or that thing in order to lean more into this thing? And the point there being that doesn't mean that, a warrior who goes that route is going to now become like a DPS slot. Warriors can do that and can understand that, they're kind of sacrificing some things to gain maybe some more damage potential, some more, maybe some easier soloing or some small group or if they're okay being more of like off tanky and more offensive. And you'll see once you guys see the breakdowns of this stuff. But that's what the mastery system is going to allow us to do. Is you guys are going to be able to make choices about the ultimate kind of expression of your class, to an extent, in really both realms. The realm of like how I'm tweaking individual abilities and how those are shaping up, and also more the theme or the role or the expression of the play style, I should say, not the role. The play style and the expression of your role. Really excited to get into it in more detail. We'll be doing that soon enough and actually be talking about real examples and all that good stuff. Almost done on the dev server. Motive. Yeah, we do still plan to use mastery shards. Good to hear, Flea. I think a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, I bet, Glorf. That would be a better thing to say than what I said. Warriors definitely need a balancing love pass again. I agree. Why do you think Dire Lords will be the best tank in the game? Oh, because of the dual wield and Druid Talisman. Well, but these are balancing type issues. And yes, Talisman healing is crazy right now. That's something we've talked about a few times. So, just know that those are the kind of things that will get attention. And there's some ways to handle it. Talisman being less of like a flat damage amount and more of like a percentage of damage, for example. Those are ways of handling. That is a way, and there are other ways to handle something like that to make sure that it's not overly beneficial for one playstyle. That's the same kind of stuff we ran into for a period of time and still are looking at, is like that exact thing when it comes, for example, to Rangers, and how Rangers are almost always incentivized to use two-handers over one-handers because of the way engage and withdraw work with the guaranteed crit and wanting to maximize that damage. And so therefore it's likely that we will revisit what that engage and withdraw bonus is, so that Rangers are free to dual wield or use two-handers based on what they want, and what's available to them, and not because they have to use this just for this reason. So in the same way, these are things that with balance we can tweak into being a good place. Yeah, all the druids coming out of the woodwork. Talisman's perfect. What are you talking about? Talisman's fine. Whoops. Hopefully. I don't think anyone was looking at the screen just then. Let's see. We're going wizard. We're going to go elf wizard, I think. Red hair, of course. We're going to name this wizard there it is, Mandolph. Mandolph it is. We're going max int. Mandolph. Added sizable thread post to your summoner query. Joppa, good luck. Hope it helps. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pramus. Again, follow Pramus's example. If you are a summoner or you have thoughts about the summoner class and ways you would like to see it improve, wish lists, things like that, please go to Discord. Wait, servers are up? Hold on. Let's confirm. Posted at 4:24 p.m. Thanks to our incredible tech team, the patch and maintenance has completed early. You are now able to log in and play. Let's freaking go. Servers are up, ladies and gentlemen. Get in the game. Here we go. Here we go. Well, we got to patch first, but because I haven't done that yet. You're mega bonking? Dude. I love me some mega bonk. Oh my goodness. So fun. No, it doesn't. It doesn't take too long. What, Isabel, what character are you playing the most, I should say? See you, Chris. Thanks for hanging out. Thought we finally get a game of VQ Guesser. We were definitely going to. I did not expect it to be up so fast, so that was a curveball. A wonderful curveball. Dice Man? Nice. I feel like I just unlocked Dice Man not that long ago. I don't think I've even done a run with him yet. So, for those of you who are wondering, now that servers are up and live again, we are hopping back into Daggas today. We started our Necro journey on Monday. But today, we are back on Daggas because we want to keep pushing into the 20s and beyond. We'll see. And we're going to be kind of flipping back and forth between the Necro and the Rogue. We are still in Wild's End. I believe we are in the Galdassi Ruins or near it on Daggas. We're level 16. Part of me really wants to do Mad Run because I hear the XP is pretty ridiculous in there. Part of me wants to try BRK, but I think we're still too low level for both of those places. So, what I'm hoping is that we can get a group going for Galdassi Ruins and get one of those camps like Snick and get through the rest of, get to 17 basically, and then see if we can maybe do either Ghosts, like the Spirit Manor, or, which I know we could do the Spirit Manor, or possibly the Spiders outside of Mad Run. I haven't done the neck quest yet, but Ronick, that is something that I was encouraged to do as something to chase. So I would love to be able to do the neck quest. You saw him, Guts? Nice. Mega Bonk is unironically my game of the year. Jay, I'm telling you what, it is like, I think when I first mentioned it on stream, my statement was something to the effect of Mega Bonk to me feels like a return to just when video games were just straight up fun. It is just such a fun game. You don't have to, you don't have to play it in a sweaty way. Runs well. You can play, a match or two and walk away. It is just so fun. I really have loved it. It is a based game indeed. Hey, Joppa, returning player from 2024. Started back a few days ago. What's the whole lock chest dealio? How do you get one unlocked? I found one in the wilds and was super bummed that I couldn't open it. There are keys that drop from most group NPCs that just have a chance of dropping, and then you can use those keys to open those chests. So anytime you see a key, save it and try to keep it on your person so that if you find a chest, you'll have a key to open it. Humanoid only. Okay, yeah. And undead. With a greater chance from named. There you go. There you go. Sprodog, we don't have any plans on increasing the group size at all. So it's kind of like, if you're going to have more than 6 people, you're going to have somebody outside of the group. That is just going to be the way it is right now. We do, however, plan to have like raid forces and support for like raid frames so that you can have multiple groups formed together into an overall raid. And that might be a way to handle it at that point. But even then, you're still going to be getting individual group. We might have like a shared group or shared raid-wide experience system, maybe, but could also just end up doing kind of the traditional, even within a raid, the group that gets the experience is the group that gets the experience. So, yeah, we do plan eventually for a keyring, Dennis. Yeah, Zach, I hear you. I hear you on that concern. We have had, I can't remember what server it was or what service it was. We have had servers that had some duping issues already be merged into Stormona in a previous server merging event. Our number one priority right now is that players, as much as possible across the different level ranges, have other people to play with, and getting, you know, the population on these servers up again so people can play if they want to play with other people. And so that's the ultimate reason why we made the decision. Treyu, yes, servers are up. I'm about to log in right now. We're almost there. It's almost time. Mr. IT Wiz Gaming, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 6 months of support. Hola to you as well, my friend. Thank you so much, man. It is so appreciated. Bruce Leroy, the goal is for the servers that do not have a high population to be merged into servers that do, so that those players that were kind of marooned on servers that had persistent, extremely low pops could have access to more players to play with. There are a lot of people who have been coming back to play Pantheon and check things out, and they come back and log into characters on servers that had very, very low populations. And, you know, for the players that wanted to play with other people, they didn't have an option to do that. So that's what I mean. Metroid 4 inches closer and closer. It does. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. We're back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, once again, I am going to try to actually record this stream locally while I'm streaming, so please let me know if it's doing anything weird, or if you start seeing dropped frames or anything funky like that. We are also not in Wild's End anymore. I'm trying to remember, why did we come all the way back here? Let's get auto sprint active. My goodness. But sprint. Yeah, the rain looks so much better now. Run for fun. If you're starting fresh, I guess my recommendation would still be Stormona. Why did we come back to Avelia? I don't... Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I came back to Avelia off stream for some reason. Remember? Yeah. Yeah, I'll need to check the VOD. At any rate, though, is anyone porting? Is anyone porting? Or do we want to just do Spirit Manor, maybe? Dude, auto sprint, not even touching sprint, and I'm sprinting. Guys, it is a beautiful thing. How's audio? Everything good? You guys can hear me, hear the game? You guys tell me, do we want to go Galdassi Ruins? Do we want to go Spirit Manor? I'd say we could do a poll, but I think you're all playing Pantheon. Don't want to have to fill out a poll. Oh yeah, you're all getting your wizzy spells. Let's go to... Let's go to the Galdassi Ruins. I don't want to do the Warcaller's Totem Chase yet. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, let's go to... I should probably sell while I'm here. Let's sell. In the Galdassi Ruins in Wild Zen Marina. Oh, I gotta turn this up. This is kind of a banger. Hold on. Tavern music, yes sir. Remember that question you asked me about, did anything make it in that we didn't put in the patch notes? Sneaky. $77 silver. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So raise up your voice, let the
Now we just need to get some NPCs in here looking like they're singing and holding flagons of mead, and it'll be awesome. Awesome. I'm just going to drop these weapons in here for now. I will sort through them later. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Soggy. Agreed. No, it was actually tavern music for real. Did you pick your level range yet? So we're going to Galdassi Ruins. I'm thinking... what, like 15 to 18, maybe? 14 to 18? New water and swimming is remarkable. Can't wait to see more. Yeah. You're the Scald. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay. We need... What do we have? We have a 20... Oh, wait. Lucamina, are you... You're just porting, right? Like, you're not grouping, yeah? Awesome. Okay. Well, I am much obliged for the port. I am not going to take any buffs, though. Purposely staying out of group buffed. But the port is so appreciated. I'll take a sow. Just to get there. That's cool. Thank you. I did get a port, yes. But we need a group. And I'm thinking like 12 to 16 should be kind of the range. 12 to 16. Loving the blast of cold spell effects. Hey, by the way, any wizards that are playing, please feel free to fill the chat with your thoughts as you're having them, as you're playing and experiencing it. Like that. That's awesome. Rocking a fresh whiz, and I'm loving the blast of cold spell effects. Yes. Okay. Mina. Cora. 5. That was awesome. We got our renaming went smoothly. Good. Excellent. We got a spirit of the wolf. go bind. I'm on 0. On 0. Phil is the best. Phil is awesome. Dennis, I'm not sure. That is a good question. That would be a good question for Nephilius. Can bring either 12 summoner. I'm going to tell you what, Glorf, the biggest issue we've been having so far, I feel like, has been fielding tanks. So I'm going to say probably bringing the tank would be better. I know, Say. What are you doing patching so quick? I had all these plans, run errands, get stuff done. Excuse me, that was a weird sneeze. Where? Why? Okay, yeah, we're good. Yep, we're going Goblin Ruins. Ronak, we're on Stormona 0. Hop in here if you can. We are just now starting to fill out the group. I think we've got Glorf coming, level 16 Dire Lord, and that's it. That's all we got so far. Mr. Roboto, it should be. Yeah, Sylvie, it feels really good. Really good. Yeah, 13 Rangers, perfect. Bring it on. I'm already in Wilds In. It's a dev thing, Sledge, yeah. Well, Redbeard, the funny thing is I don't know if I need a lot of help. I don't know if I need to be shown that. I think you and I might I don't know. I don't know that we'd be able to teach each other any new tricks. Neff is still doing crafting, yeah. Yeah. Next after Wizzy Amop is the Summoner. Summoner is next. And Summoner work has already begun. If you have, by the way, I'll say it again, I'll probably say it a few more times throughout the day. There is a thread in the Summoner section of the Pantheon Discord asking for any and all feedback. So if you've played a Summoner and you want to contribute to just your general thoughts and feedback on the class, what you like, what you don't like, where it sucks, your wish list, things like that, head to that thread and let us know. All right, let's see if we can start building out a group here. Level, I don't know, 11 to 16 or so. Mm-hmm. There's a 13 rogue. There's another 13 ranger. Nice. All right, we just need a healer. Any healers? Any healers? There's a Glorficus. I don't know, Glor, if you're... I don't know. Let's do a fresh here. 14 elf summoner, 16 halfling rogue, 14 elf rogue. Yeah, I know. I don't see either tanks or healers though. Hey, what's up, Burek? See you. Okay. Okay, we'll go. We'll look elsewhere. We'll look elsewhere. Ooh, that's a lot of peeps. Two shaman. $14 human cleric and Avenger's Pass. Interested in a Wild's End Goblin Ruins group? We can provide the port. I appreciate that, by the way, Briar. Thor. Thank you, though. Yeah. I understand. LOL sounds good. Okay. Briar, where do you want to pick them up? And then I guess we need one more, right? What's the character name, Briar? Oh, Mana Brohan can hop in. Level 15 Ranger. If he can meet you at the Dimmoth Bank, then I think you can grab. Oh, Kaboom is your name. Got it. Look for Kaboom. Cool. Hey guys, while they get in place, I need to make a quick phone call. Hold on one sec. So Thawal just said, anybody else having issues with YouTube buffering his stream? I have a 1 gig of internet and it's unwatchable. Yeah, Twitch is fine. Is anybody either on Twitch or YouTube other than Thawal having issues with the stream? Buffering, looking grainy, laggy, anything like that? Twitch is fine. Okay. No issues. Okay. 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 Awesome. 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 Good. Good, good, good. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Okay. Sorry, Briar. You're looking for Dark Goer and Man of Rohan. What is your character's name? Karadras. Karadras. So, Dark Goer and Karadras. Yep. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. Dark Goer. And Karadras. Oh, wait. Dark Goer and Karadras. Kiradras. Sorry. Kiradras. Olympian the Second. Grass on level 3. Nice, Sylphie. All right, let's try this key binding stuff. So I'm gonna do. This will be a good test. I'm going to take my movement forward key, and then I'm going to make action 7 be shift plus E. Yes. No. Forward. Oh, but it's still moving me forward. No, 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 no. No. Let's do this. That's fine. That's fine. Got room for a druid or cleric? Not anymore. Sorry, Skiouch. Or, sorry, Battalion. Mellow Mouse, me too. I believe that it will. Hirak says I was into Dark Age of Camelot once, going to college with my friends, enjoyed it a lot, and I'm very excited about Pantheon, waiting for the full launch. Nice. That's awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Hey, Battalion. I think we just got room. Our rogue had to drop. Spectre, yes. The most recent swimming updates are live. Oh wait, what was the name? Dark Goer? Dark Goer. Okay. Let's go Druid. Yeah, rune links, there is. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of improvements. It's not finished yet. There's still some additional animations that we're going to be adding. There is and some additional polish and things like that, but there has been some animation polish. There's been a few new animations added to swimming, but most importantly, the control system for swimming, the swimming like water volume detection, all that stuff is much improved in this patch. And you also have surface water treading. You've got buoyancy with the character moving with the waves, things like that. And again, it's still very much in process, so expect more improvements to come. D, yes, servers are up. 17 in on your level 13 Necro. That is sick. Saxon, that is sick. All right. Is everybody bound? Everybody ready? Ah, okay. Gotcha. All good, Battalion. Lord of Pasta Boy, Broaders. Oh, they're still headed here. Okay. If the server merged any character names that were changed due to duplicates, will those character names be updated on the character select list, or do I need to log in? Huh. Probably need to log in, Flea, if I had to guess. That's a good question, though. I don't know for sure. There they are. Cool. Okay. Let's head over. Once Battalion gets here, we will come back and get him. Dang, Glorf, your swimming skill is higher than mine. Goodness. You're all of your swimming skills are higher than mine. You see no water. What? That's really weird. I have no idea. Hey, level or battalion, come to the Bindstone. While you guys get started here, I'm gonna go grab Battalion, get him invited in the group, and bring him back. I can't invite you from a distance, it looks like, because of the name thing, so I'll just manually invite you by clicking on you. Yeah, I know. I need to just get in here and swim a bunch. I have no idea why you guys wouldn't see water. That's weird. Because I'm assuming you've seen water in other zones, right? Oh, is he not in the... You're not in the zone already? Okay. Okay. Do you need a ride, Battalion? I'm assuming you need one. Briar, would you be available to bring him as well? Gotcha, gotcha. Sorry about that. That's awesome. Yeah, Battalion, if you could meet Briar on Kaboom at the Dimmoth Bank, that would be amazing. I mean, it's not a graphical setting, is it? Hold on, let me see if there's any internal chatter about this. I have got some recalibrating to do on this rogue. Gotta remember what on earth I'm doing here. What on earth? Yeah, Rune Links is so much better. My goodness. So much better. Okay, cool. There we go. We good. Yeah, Battalion, we are like, once you bind, we're pretty much straight across the water on the shore. You should have a pretty straight shot right to us. And might not even have to swim, apparently. So that's something. It's crazy to me that you guys don't see any water. I almost wonder if you guys, like, I don't want you to do this because I don't want you to get stuck in a login queue or something, but if you logged out and logged back in, I wonder if it would be there. Thank you, Briar. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. He was being stingy. Hold on. Hey, you guys stay here. I'm gonna go... Battalion, do you know the way to the bindstone over here? Awesome. All good. I'm gonna try to find you. Here, stand still, Battalion. I'll find you. And then you can follow me. There you are. I see you. All right. You see me? Let's go this way. Yeah, that darn map. My darn map's not working still. I keep smashing that M key. There we go. All right, beautiful. We're heading back. You do see the water? Yeah, that's really weird. That is really weird. Hey, that's good to hear, Nerve. I'm assuming, Battalion, you don't see water either. Okay. All right. This is why game development's fun, guys. Primus servers are up. All right, we're all here. We're back. Glor, if you can change it back, if you don't like the auto sprint, you can change it back. Yeah, I think you can bind auto sprint to its own key, so you can have normal sprint and auto sprint on a different key. Hello? Okay. I keep forgetting that you have to be in stealth for Shadowfall, but it's alright. We're getting back in the groove. Getting back in the groove. Can I talk a little bit about why Halfling Warriors are the best? I mean, where do you even begin, you know? Where do you even begin with something like that? You're talking about levels of depth that... You know what I mean? Halfling Warriors are the best warriors. Because they have the most aura about them. They've got cool hair. Look at that. Look at that hair. I've always liked... It's one of the reasons why I never went Barbarian Rogue in EQ, even though they were awesome. Because there's something about being a rogue especially, or just being a melee class in general and being kind of a shorter, smaller race. I've always loved. We got an ad. Let's see if, I don't know. Let's see if Crestlord's open. And if Crestlord's open, we can check Snick. I did love my Troll Shaman, though. I don't know. It's a class by class thing for me. That's right. Spiral, you're right. Shard 0 just has the circle with a line through, like, nope. And Shard 1 is 2/4 already. Oh my. Briar, thank you again, though, for the help. Helping us get situated. Are Avelia and Demeth kind of popping off, like, people-wise? There are a lot of people there? Packed. Chuanye! What's up, Chuanye? Dude, C8, it is so nice. So nice. How are our wizards doing? Any wizard feedback? Nice, Primus. Nice. It seems like tanks have been the most difficult to find consistently, like, other than, except for when Glorf's on a tank, which I'm very thankful that Glorf is available and often tanking. Carrick, yeah, probably. Taco Cat, we are live. We are live. Indeed. Nice. You guys are making me want to go to Stormona just to see it. Just to see it. Yeah, you should, Schwanya. I love this one. I love playing in this area. Ramsel, why are you stuttering? You have an RTX 4070 and Ryzen 7. Looks like we're going up. Let's go. Oh, darker. Dark Gua. Climb. Climb. I'm coming back down for Dark Gore. You gotta run up these little, Oh yeah, there you are. Yeah. Yeah, just keep running up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. Oh my. It's cool. We'll get back. Muff bag, you can definitely grind in this game. Definitely. We may be able to get you guys back to the stairs without having to re-clear anything. I think. Yeah. We can drag the bodies, that's fine. If you guys want to head to me in my location, my position, I think we can get back up without having to re-clear. Just follow the little arrows. If you look on your group window, your group frames, you'll see a little arrow around the class symbol. Hey, you got something on you there, Bastion. Or Battalion. Dangle Wangle! Yes, Dangle Wangle. The living legend. Alright, let's move up. Glorf, we might need to come back down and kind of regroup real quick. As you've already done. Excellent. I'm gonna see if I can get to... Where did you die, Dark Goer? Audio's cutting out. If audio is cutting out, maybe this is better. Oh, I see your corpse. Dargoer, if you want to consent me... then I will drag it. Primus recommends the swamps in Wild Zen for really fun grinding. They do seem really fun. I'm excited for when we can kind of flesh out the Morvaki even more. That's going to be a really cool area. All right, so yeah, we want to run straight up this little ramp here. Yeah, just take that ramp straight up to the top. With Ashes coming to Steam, am I thinking about giving it a go? Yeah, I do really want to try Ashes. I really want to try it. Hey, look at that. Nice. Oh, Primus, yeah. Primus and Primus. All right, are we going all the way up? Glorf, is the audio still cutting out at all? Just seeing if there's any special spawns up here. Okay. All right, we're into dark blue territory again. Nice. Nice. Oh, cool, Paradox. Who is it? Who is the concept artist? Roast Brew, already got it. Is the Crest Lord up? Dude, Forest. Oh, man. Wow. Talk about a talented dude. Yeah, Forest was awesome. Okay, so Trap. Where are you going to be? Are you going to be breaking the center tower, Glorf? You just want me to set some traps down you can use? I can definitely do that. Are we going to clear this tree over here? By the tree? How you want to do it? Okay. That's... Never mind. Hold on. Forgot that I switched out my root trap with, caltrops. It's fine. We're gonna be all right. We know what we're doing here. We know what we're doing here. I've got to start checking the traits, guys. Got to start checking the traits. I was actually thinking about naming a character Rooting Root Immune Mob. Rooting Root Immune Mob. If you know, you know. Krzysztof, I'm excited that you're excited to play it. That's awesome. Hey, Joppa, I know the perception system isn't finished yet, but I'm wondering if it will ever be used with the foraging system to help Rangers track. Probably not. Probably not. At least not like as a baseline. I don't think I would rule out there not being any perception related interactions with like tracking and like Ranger specific perception with tracking. I think there's a lot of cool things we could do there, but probably not as a baseline thing. Oh, we got 3. All right. I'm going to... Trapping one. It's trapped. These Mire Guards are tough. Like to get in range as a rogue, this is one of the problems that definitely rogues have is, you know, having to maneuver into position to use some of their skills effectively, and then things like these Mire Guards just, they don't break your stealth, but they, well, no, they do break your stealth. Never mind. They if you don't get a trap off before these guys hit you, then you're done. GG's for any of your preparatory type things, and that kind of sucks. I think that's still in the realm of skill issue, though. I mean, I definitely think you could overcome that by being mindful and careful and all that. Battalion, that's coming later. We haven't made that change yet. That's part of a larger change, and we'll put that on blast when the time comes. You guys won't have to ask or wonder about that one. Believe me. Seabriar. Paradox Moose, it does. It does at the moment. It still does, yeah. Well, and it's not just let me play. It's not just like a damage issue. It's the utility that you're trying to pull off as a rogue, and having to be close to do that in a preparatory sense, so like getting everything in place as the fight's starting or before, you know, things get to their pull points or whatever you want to say. It can just be, I don't know. This Mire Guard. I guess this guy to get knocked back that way. AE damage, like the damage that groups take beyond just the tank, is actually a pretty big part of making sure that healing is as challenging and interesting as it should be in different fights. If it's all just single target damage, it can, I don't know, it can get a little easy. So having that nice like AoE healing on the melee is a good way to keep healers pressed when we want to, anyway. Oh, okay. Hold on. This thing's dotted it. Oh my. Okay. Dwayne, I 100% agree. We need some improvements to track to make it easier to follow. The range is way too big right now. It's not sorted super well. Yeah. Wizard spell Icy Barrier learned, but not in Spellbook. Huh. He's immune. We got more. We got more. Alright, smoke tricked one. I've got to... Guys, after this, I need to take a quick AFK to go help bring something heavy into the house. Perfect timing. Yeah, go ahead and kill the name while I'm gone. Loot it. And then at least do one more round of combat so that I can't see the logs and you guys are good to go. Is this a good place to AFK? Do we want to move up? Make sure to lift with my back and make a lot of jerking motions. Got it. Got it. Thank you. I totally would have been lifting with my legs had you not said something. That would have been bad. I think I'm probably going to go AFK right by the ramp that we came up on. And that way, I shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, depending on how many jerking motions I use. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to stay here. No. Yes. I'm going to stay right here. But I'm going to unattach the camera so that we can keep an eye on what you guys are doing. For everybody to enjoy. There we go. I will be right back, my friends. Hang tight. Shouldn't be too long. We're back. We are back. Okay. Yes, the ASMR channels. Indeed. Quick save, you might sub if it was just Chair. I mean, you know. He's been poking me wanting to stream. Man, if I hear too many more things like that, I might have to say yes. Chair was doing good damage while I was gone. Perfect. Good. The Chair Overlord. You guys are going to love this, but I actually need to... There's one more thing I need to do, which is have a call with one of our environment artists about something that she is working on. And with the way that my computers are set up for streaming, I'm not actually able to do calls like that without voices being on the stream. Which, as much as I know you guys are like, yeah, what's the problem? Just have the conversation with us. I can't quite do that. So I am going to do that call on my phone. While we are while we are grinding away here. So, let me get that ball rolling. See if she's available. I really want to go check out what's going on at the Wildblood Mound as well. All right. I'm going to go mute, do this call. Hang tight. Dude, guys, Esther is freaking amazing. Oh my goodness. Woo! She is making some amazing stuff. Oh man. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. I know that was a long time, but it is what it is. So, servers are coming down. Yeah, we can go ahead and camp out. Keep rolling. We're almost level 17. Very cool. Kyle on YouTube says, hey, this is going to sound weird, but I'll do my best. A big supporter of yours and one of my dearest friends, Shellis, used to make me watch him play this game all day and every day. He passed away. I'm kind of hooked ever since. Seems to look much more updated. Don't know why else I'm here, but I'm watching, and it reminds me of how much he loved what you're doing. I'll be here. It was a breath of joy seeing you on here. I moved home since back in Missouri, but he was part of your earliest community, and this just hit me hard. Hey. Yeah, Kyle, that is... I appreciate you sharing that. And that's... I feel you on that, and how heavy that can be. And man, you know, the fact that we're still bringing you joy, and, you know, my hope is a good... like, as cheerful as can be reminder of your friend and what he meant to you and what Pantheon meant to him and to you guys. I hope that we can keep being that. So thank you for that message, and yeah, cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. There are spells that say we already know them that do not appear in our book, like Icy Barrier. Yeah, Jergsy. Yeah, I don't know why Esther's amazing, but I agree with it. Well, she is amazing. All right, let's see what we got going on here in... By the way, when we get back in, what I'd like to do quickly before we get rolling again on daggers is I just want to hop over to... Actually, why don't we try to do that on Haven Song right now real quick, since it's up. We'll do it on the Enchanter. We'll do it on the Enchanter. I want to check out the Wild Mound Crater. The Wild Mound Crater. Cradle. The Wild Mound Cradle. The Wild Mound Cradle. We're gonna go check it out, chat. We're gonna go check it out. Nope. For those of you who have not been to the Wild Mound Cradle, I am going to hide the screen momentarily because I don't want to give away where it is. I mean, I'm sure most of you probably already know, but, you know. When will druids get tester speed buff? That's a great question. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Thank you again, Kyle, for sharing that, man. Those are the kind of things that feel really, really special to us too, man. Seriously. So cool. That's all you guys get. That's all you get, chat. No more. It do in fact look cool. Yes, it do in fact look cool. All right, one more, because you guys are just absolutely relentless. I don't really want to be in the way of that thing. That's all you get, chat. That's all you get. Storm Mona down for maintenance. Indeed. Dynamic entry. It is most likely because you're... I said this in Monday's stream, easy to miss. As we're getting ready for Mastery to come into the game, you know, at some point here in the future, we're doing a lot of these class updates and things like that. Then we're going to be making some changes to skills and what abilities, what skills are mapped to what abilities in some cases. So given that manifestation is now the skill governing root, if your manifestation skill is low, then that's why you're seeing some of those resists and things like that. All right, we're back. Sorry. Got a printing situation going on in the office here, so hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know, it's like I told you guys, like, we are trying to get away from brown and we're trying to ramp up the fantasy. Both of those things at once. More fantasy, indeed. Indeed. I really don't want to be here when that thing gets here, so we're going to keep on moving. But yeah, if you want to see more of the Wild Mound Cradle, you will you'll need to level up a little bit. Okay. Is Stormona still down? Okay. Well, while we wait, let's make ourselves a little whizzy. A little whizzy. Yeah, we'll go elf. We'll go elf again. We're going with Mandolf. Actually, let's go with Elf-Dolph. That's a powerful name. Strong name. Okay. 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 Elf-Dolph. All right, here we go. Blast of Cold. Very first of the new wizard spells and arcane cards. Ganondorf. Ganondorf. I like that name. Ganondorf. That's a good name. Let's do our... Nervous Magic. This spell will probably hurt your target. Elfminster Greydolf. Elfminster Greydolf. We should have tried for Danglewangle. Now that I think about it. What were we thinking not trying to get Danglewangle? Who wouldn't want to be the mythical Danglewangle? Dangilius Wangle Elfingham. What a name. Well, at least it's bright outside and we can see. Okay. Here we go, guys. Ooh. Pow. Nice. Oberlins, can I please get your feedback about the missing spell Icy Barrier? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Have you tried camping out and coming back in to see? What's the endgame goal from someone who hasn't checked in months? Do you want there to be guilds with raid teams meeting weekly to take down zones? Mini dinghy. Oh! You see? Look at the, wait, no, you guys can't see it, can you? Hold on. Look carefully at the chat. You see it? He's here. He's here. Sorry. Job, I'm not sure if you saw my question above. What's the in-game goal from someone who hasn't checked in months? Do you want there to be guilds with raid teams meeting weekly to take down zones? I mean, what I want for right now... Oh my goodness, did you see that? That was sick. What I want for right now is people to play the game the way they want to play, and knowing that, you know, we don't have currently things like, for example, raid frames, which is making raiding a lot harder than it would be otherwise, a lot more difficult to manage and do efficiently and all that stuff. Knowing that we don't yet have instancing in the game to instance our major boss encounters, to instance our raid encounters, things like that. It's the game right now is certainly not in a state where it's supporting a lot of like high end, and when I say supporting, like obviously it's doable for guilds to communicate and work out schedules and figure out how they're going to make it work, which is how things are going to have to be right now, because we don't have these other systems in place to support making it a cleaner, easier to manage situation. So all that to say, the goal right now is for people to play the game the way they want to play the game and make it work if they can within the current framework. Understanding that, you know, we are in the midst of lots of improvements, lots of updates, but there's not, until we have more content in the game, until we have more targets for guilds to go after, and, you know, it is going to be a little bit of a thing until we can get the systems in that we need. I don't know if I'm answering your question. I hope I am. Hope I'm at least getting close. Did I get resisted? Oof. What happens if I eat past my focus? So... yeah, okay. Man, resisted again. I'm not using my technique at all. My little cantrip. Huh. Dwayne, I don't know. I'm jonesing as well. I don't know. Yeah, Oberlins, I'm not sure. So, let me just be clear of the process here. You logged in on your wizard. You went to the vendor. You started buying your new wizard spells. You bought Icy Barrier. The scroll looked normal. You right-clicked it. But it said that you already knew when you tried to learn it. Am I that? Hey, J.A., you bet. Yeah. Sorry, I could have been a lot less meandering with that. My audio is crapping out for me? What do you mean? Audio's being weird. Check 1 2, check. Check it, check. Check it 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Sounds good now. Try reloading. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, just reload and see if that fixes it. Dude, I just resisted twice in a row. Check 1, check. Okay, cool. Cool. Whew, that was close. All right. Seemed to improve without reloading? Okay. Sick. Okay. Yeah, I know, that was level 3. I feel so much power coursing through my veins that I didn't even stop to consider what level it was. I just knew it would be fine, you know? Let's root. Bro. Okay, hold on. Let's sit. We got this. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I don't need focus. What is this focus thing even about? I don't need it. I cast my spells without... I don't have to focus. Up. Okay. It is very dark. I have forgotten where I am. Okay, there we go. I think that's the city over here. Let's get in the water. Oh my goodness. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You can't swim, can you? Noob. What a noob. What a noob. Easy. Stormona's back up. Oh yeah. Okay. Stromona is up with 3 shards. Roger that. Woot. Woot. We going 0? Yeah, let's see if there's water now. I'm going 0, guys. Oh, we're back! Oh, we're back! It's exciting. We're only 4 hours in. We're just getting started. What? All right. Dude, Kyle, thank you so much for stopping by, man. Thank you again for sharing. And yeah, please always feel free. Hop in, say hey. Expect some nice nameplate improvements, guys. That's been a big part. I mean, you guys know that. That's been a big part of our conversations of late. Just the different UI elements and how to make them a lot juicier. Juicy. Juice. Who are we waiting for? We're waiting for... Dark Goer. I want to see if the boss is up. Schneid, I'm loving the rogue. I'm going to be popping back and forth between the Necro and the rogue for a while. I want to keep the rogue going so I can see some higher level stuff. JA, what do you mean by organized raiding? What do you personally mean by that? Yeah, Stormwarner's back up. Yep. Oh yeah, Alinar. Yeah, we'll give Dark Goer another couple minutes here. Yeah, we can go ahead up and start killing some stuff. Just clearing some things. Glorf, I know you wanted to reposition though, right? Like where we could get both... have both camps. Oh yeah. Well, JA, I got good news, because that's exactly where we're headed, my friend. It won't be 72 people though. That's for sure. 24, I think, is a good number. The thing about 72-person raids is, like, at least for me, you got a 72-person raid, the chance of you actually getting something is, you know, so you got, what, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 20, 24-hour play session, depending on what it was, and, you know, not walking away with anything. We've still got a few interesting ideas up our sleeves as well with raiding. You guys heard me talk maybe a while ago about the idea of infamy and how we wanted to potentially incorporate something like that into our raiding. And I think that stands to make raiding potentially really compelling on a whole nother level, where part of the push, part of the bragging rights for guilds is, you know, how much they can drive that infamy up with a particular boss and still get a kill. So just to kind of like theory craft out loud with you guys for a bit. Imagine infamy like this. You kill a boss, whether it's, you know, a major boss, something like Nashra, or a raid target, something like Teldadris. And when you first engage that target, when you fight that target for the first time, it's relatively easy, quote unquote. Or maybe the better way to say it is it's much more accessible to kind of a broader range of guilds. Because remember, these are going to be instanced encounters. And so you imagine, like, you know, your big 0.01% guilds with, you know, the best players in the world, all the way to your, you know, soccer mom and weekend gamer dad guilds that are just, you know, wanting to give things a try and whatnot. And as you kill that target, there's this little representation. You know, when you click on the door or you click on the portal or whatever it is that transitions you into the instance, before you go in, there's this little kind of element that represents your infamy with that target. You can imagine like this meter with this kind of like flickering flame or whatever. And there's these different tiers. And every time you kill the target before it resets, because ultimately it'll reset, your infamy goes up. And as your infamy goes up, you hit these points where, let's say you reach tier 1. What that means is when you fight that target, once you have an infamy level of 1, that target is going to be harder. The encounter is going to be more difficult. But it's going to, you know, with that would come, for example, like a broader loot table. So maybe with the baseline NPC, it has, you know, its loot table, but if you're fighting it at tier 1 infamy, then it has some additional items on the loot table that are better. And then you keep going and you push that infamy up further, and then you get to a tier 2 infamy where it's even more difficult. And it keeps going up to whatever the maximum is. What do you guys think about an idea like that? Fleet, I already have those, don't I? Yeah. Nope, you wouldn't lose it if you wipe. The idea is that you would eventually get to a point where it's just too difficult to do. And then once you're at that point, you're kind of done with that target until it resets. So it would be like a weekly reset or a monthly reset, something like that, where the infamy would go back down to nothing. And then you build it up again. And it would be possible, I would think, within the system where once you've achieved a certain infamy level, once it resets, you should be able to restart it at that infamy level. And not have to build back up from the bottom if you didn't want to. So you're kind of like unlocking... Hey, ding! Ding! Yes! No, I think it would be... I think it would be more... I would think it would be both. It would be, you know, the damage output would be higher, the health would be higher, but then you think of something like Tell Daedrus, for example, and maybe, you know, maybe she doesn't go through all of her phases. Baseline, but once you get her to like the first tier of infamy, then, you know, now she does 3 out of her total of 4 phases, and then higher she does 4 out of, you know, all 4 phases, and then it just keeps scaling damage and health up on top of that. So it would be a combination of things. And again, guys, we're just theory crafting out loud, so don't, you know, this is one of those, if I had like a bumper for it, it would be like these like Joppa says moments, right? Where like don't take this as something that we are going to do. Take this as, you know, when the time comes, these are some of the things that we're considering, thinking about in terms of how all this will work within our game. Because here's kind of the broad spectrum goal, right? We want Pantheon to be accessible for a wide range of players, especially and particularly when we talk about playtime. You know, we've said for a long time, like, we want Pantheon to be playable within a 2 to 3 hour core time frame. Like, if you've got 2 hours, you've got 3 hours, then you should have time to get into the game and accomplish something meaningful. That, I think, is good to extend even to the raid aspect of the game, where as a baseline, again, like I said, if you've got that real casual guild, the encounter is going to be instanced specifically for the purpose of being able to, you know, do the raid. But we want that pathway for guilds that are, again, like we're talking 0.1 percenters, like really, really good players, really want to push the difficulty, to give them a pathway to do that. Hey, hold on one sec. Give them participation trophies? No. So here's the thing. If we spend a really long time developing really cool content, it would be awesome for more players to be able to see it. But the way something like Infamy works is just because you can see it doesn't mean that you can get everything out of it that you could just because you do the content. So only the guilds that are able to handle like a max infamy target would actually be able to have the chance of getting max infamy items, the kind of items that would drop from that target. And so it's not, I don't think of it as like a participation trophy as much as it's like you can only go this far, and then the players and the guilds that are able to go further will go further. Oh yeah, and there's things like titles. There's all kinds of things that we can do with that. So I mean, if your guild is able to take down max infamy targets, unique titles, achievements that could be connected to certain cosmetics. I mean, there's lots. We can create lots of incentives for like, we want to be the best. Like we want to, and even if in that sense, even being able to track things like who does it first, like who gets the first max infamy kill type thing, and what guild has that bragging right and things like that. Like there's lots of cool things we can do to make it for the guilds that are interested in like super organized and focused raiding, high challenge, like really high challenge, really difficult content. We want to have places to do that, but then we also want to be able to utilize that content for other players as well, to be able to experience it and go as far as they can. Somebody asked about with an idea like this, like, is it guild based, is it player based? And I think it would end up needing to be a combination of both. Like you would have it would be something that's both tracked with the guild and tracked with your player. And if you're in a guild, hey, Man of Rohan, you rock. Thank you so much. I'm glad we got to play together. Sorry, a little more kind of distracted today than usual, but appreciate it. Hopefully we can do this again. Take care, man. But yeah, you're in a guild. Your guild's infamy rating is what applies to you. And so, whether you've ever done the raid before or not, if you're a brand new guildie, but your guild is at max infamy with Tel Daedrus, then if you're part of the Tel Daedrus raid that night, you're fighting a max infamy Tel Daedrus. But it would also be tracked on an individual level as well. So that, let's say you're in a guild, you're level 50. I'm just going to use Nashra, just it's first thing in my head, but obviously it's not Nashra because Nashra's not level 50 or high level. But let's say your guild's been doing Nashra, max infamy Nashra kind of thing. You leave the guild. If you've been on every one of those raids and you also have killed Nashra enough to have an infamy level that high, that would still carry with you as an individual. So if you tried for whatever reason to solo Nashra, you would be soloing a max infamy Nashra because that's what you accumulated as an individual player. However, if you joined a guild who was at max infamy with Nashra, did Nashra one time, and then left the guild, you would only have one kill's worth of infamy with Nashra as an individual. But then if you joined another guild, you would inherit that infamy level. So essentially your guild's infamy would override your individual infamy if you were part of a guild. But this is just one of the things we're kicking around. And the idea is there are so many people who want to play an old school MMO. And some people have the time and are in a stage of life where they can play an old school inspired MMO in a very old school way, meaning they've got all the time in the world to just no life it and go hard and be the first. And we want to support those people. We want to have pathways in our game for those people to be like, this is the game that I want to just absolutely give my full focus and attention to, because there's a pathway to be the best and be recognized and be first and all that. But then we also want to be a game where, like I said, your casual people can still enjoy it and be able to experience pretty much everything there is. Now, I'm not saying that there won't be some cases where there are certain things that you just won't see unless you're at the very tippity top. I think it's okay to have some things like that. But yeah. Brian, we'll type up thoughtful summoner feedback tonight. Want to hear your thoughts on one thing now, though. Drop only summoner pet spells. In New World, maybe just looks only, not changing pet attacks, or could you see specific pet drop only that has its own skills? You do a blood element to it. I think it's a really cool idea. Yeah. I would put that as a maybe. Put that as a maybe. That's the kind of thing where once we do this kind of baseline overhaul and upgrade to the summoner, that would be something for us to think about. I do think it's a cool idea. Same way we did with Necropets a little bit. But yeah, please head to Discord. Put your thoughts in there. Want to hear them. Super Trash Garbage. Hey, yeah, I haven't seen that name in a while. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Nashra is shouting in HC right now. Beautiful. That's cool. How did New World do it, Bazooka? Curious. Jay, and is this a WoW clone? No. This game is aiming to be a fusion of classic era EverQuest and classic era World of Warcraft. Bazooka, explain to me what you mean about New World's dungeons and how, in what ways you feel like it might be similar to what I was describing. I'm curious. Dude, we're level 17. I get stuff at level 17, don't I? Like Wall Climber or something? Bro. I literally, without intending to, jumped at the exact right second to not take damage there. That's crazy. Okay. Well, a couple of very important things. Number one, when we're talking about instancing, when we're talking about an idea like Infamy, we're talking about specifically the boss room and the boss themselves. Oh. Okay, we're good. Whew. You love Wall Climber? Okay, yeah, I really need to get that. So yeah, it's not going to be about like having to redo the whole thing or the whole thing changing based on it. And I mean, in some ways, you could think of it kind of like, so again, if you've played Mega Bonk, if you've played Vampire Survivors, if you've played, trying to think of another good recent memory example, but it's like every time you kill the target, you're accruing curse. You're accruing like a difficulty. There's like a I mean, it's like a meter. It's like a meter that's filling, and if you do it enough, if you kill the thing enough, then you're going to cross that threshold where it's going to be, you know, okay, now it's locked in, it's harder. Like, you click over that line, it's like, okay, you've killed this thing enough times, now infamy has kicked in. You now have a recognized infamy level with this target. Now it's harder. It's a harder encounter. But the incentive is, you know, and there being the potential of like an extended loot table, an additional item or two that can now drop. And then you keep pushing. You know, if you can handle that first level of infamy, then you keep pushing, you keep killing it. It keeps, you know, that meter keeps filling up, and then boom, like, you've killed it enough times now to cross over the next threshold. Now you're at this second tier of infamy. Now it's even harder. And then, now that it's even harder, again, you have that new incentive of now there's an additional item or two in the loot table. Perhaps. Now there's, you know, I don't know. You've got the opportunity for like a title now. Like if you take it down at the second level of infamy, now killing it unlocks an achievement that has a title or a special cloak or a special tabard or like something like that. And then if there's more tiers of infamy beyond that, you keep pushing, and it just, so it's like, and all this was within the time frame of like, you know, you do have a grand reset on infamy after a certain period of time, every week, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever it is, then that meter resets and you're back down to baseline. And like I said, at that point, one of the perks maybe that you can even unlock is if, let's say, you get a target all the way up to the second tier of infamy, you reach that milestone, maybe that means as your guild, then for that target, you can now choose which infamy tier you want to start off with when it resets. And I mean, it's a little gamey. It's a little gamey. But, you know, we have to always be mindful of, like, sometimes things need to be a little gamey to accommodate schedule and accommodate people being able to play the game. But what I don't want to see is people that stop logging in because they can't do content that they could otherwise do just because there's not a pathway for them to do it. And there's also a built-in retention mechanic here with guilds being incentivized to see how far they can push it. Because I guarantee you, what I would love to be able to say to our guilds right now who have been doing Tel Daedrus, it took them a long time to get it done the first time. Like, it took them a while to actually be able to do it. But then once they learned the encounter, you know, imagine if Cindercleave, for example, if Cindercleave was not on Tel Daedrus' base loot table, but if you got, you know, kind of, if you got Tel Daedrus to this first tier of infamy, then Cindercleave shows up on the loot table. Now you can actually get Cindercleave. I would love to, for our guilds currently who have done Tel Daedrus and now they kind of have it on repeat, for them to have something more to push for. Like, now we're going to push and see if we can, like, you know, get Tel Daedrus to this harder form. I think that's cool. Even if it is a little gamey. For sure. Can't be humane. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that big time. And the tier 1. That's awesome. Thank you. We are keeping it up. We are keeping it up. So, J.A., you said... Oh, let me track with you here. Two things I want to remind you. This can happen for raids and dungeons. I'll do raids first. You can tie an infamy to a system like I'm going to imagine. For raid, a raid boss is released or a zone with them. Once the boss is beaten, then the next week there's a hidden hard mode that guilds have to discover. Maybe it's kill the boss with its ads up, or kill the boss with only 2 healers or something. Once that mode is killed, or more loot table, another hard mode is released. Oh, okay. Then on the last hard mode, if the raid beats that hardest mode with 0 deaths, it opens a portal to a hidden boss that no one can see unless you are the best of the best. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea. We have a named, ladies and gentlemen. We have a named NPC in our midst. It's time to lock in. Kragili the Ruinous. Kragili the Ruinous. Almost got him. He's gonna drop rogue loot. I know it. It's obvious. You can tell by his name, Kragili. It essentially means rogue loot in Goblin. Depending on, you know, your dialect and certain liberties you might or may not take. You were tuned out until you heard Cinder Cleave. That's funny. Sick cloak key. One strength, 2 nature resistance, 2 AC. Yeah, I'll pass on that. Yeah, Tannock. I mean, I'm telling you. We weren't kidding. Once the best of the best guild beats that final boss is open to the entire server at that point on normal difficulty. That promotes guilds to push to be the best. And I also think this system would be great for dungeons. Also, while in a dungeon, you meet a certain objective. You unlock a special boss that drops normal raid level loot. Not same table, but same tier. Super trash garbage. I think so. I think so. Any time frame for loot system? No time frame. Yeah, no time frame that I can speak to. Like publicly. Not yet. Get our Shadowfall in here. Yeah, who in the group still needs the necklace quest? Glorf. Okay. Looks like all of us do. Nice. Nice. Yeah, JA, I mean, I think it's a really cool idea. I do like that idea of specific like challenges. And then kind of a progression related to accomplishing those specific challenges, and then the whole like, you know, the one question would be, you said kind of like, and maybe I'm misremembering, would these be, is this the kind of thing where it's like, there's like a weekly reset of what these special challenges are, and they're known, like you can see it, you know, when you click to go into an instance, whatever kind of screen is there to convey, you know, particular information, maybe you can see like what that challenge is for that boss at that point, or is this stuff that you just have to figure out? And then did I also glean something from what you were saying about a way for the entire server community to benefit from these things being accomplished? Or am I reading that into it? Hey, we got a Mire Guard approaching. Or getting close, at least. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're gonna get an ad. Probably. Maybe not. Don't mind me. Interesting. Yeah, that's something that we'll definitely talk through. That's compelling enough to me as a thought to incorporate it into some of the discussions, because yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to what I was saying about, you know, just keeping things fresh, and there's no reason that you can't continue to draw a sense of retention for a piece of content even after it's been beaten by having these different layers that give guild something to reach for like that. I think it's really cool. And whether that's an idea like this, whether it's infamy, whether it's both, whether it's something completely different, you know, it's definitely, I think, something we need to pursue. Oak Knower, take care, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. I gotta get focused in on stopping these things. Okay, here's a question for the group. XP starting to slow down a little bit, yeah? Where would you guys say is the best experience right now? Mm-hmm. Yeah, JA, 100%. I mean, what kind of group could do Mad Run? Like, what kind of levels would we need? We got Glorf, who is level 17, level 13, 16, 16, wait, yeah, 16, 16, 14. Lethal, if you go to input, what I would do is go back to just the sprint, the sprint bind, and then rebind this to shift. And when it asks you if you want to overwrite auto sprint, then just say yes. And you can actually bind auto sprint to a completely different key if you want to keep normal sprint, but then also be able to auto sprint. Just stay here and farm the necklace. Okay. Gosh. Fine. Oh, man. I'd really like to get the necklace. I really would. I think that's a worthy thing. It's a good chase item right now, you know? It's a good chase item. I always like having a goal. When I don't have a goal, I just, you know, that feels like a good goal. And we're here. And you never know when the Crest Lord's going to spawn. Because I would love, even just for Fashion Quest, I would love for my offhand to be a Dead Man Spear. I would. I think that would be cool. I think that would be cool. By the way, Noffer, I am so sorry. Thank you for the raid. I am a little late thanking you, but thank you. And welcome, raiders, if any of you are still here. Just thoughts, because player retention between expansions is always the hard part. And these things are much easier to create than being bound to new zones, dungeons, raids in a specific time frame. Oh, I 100% agree with that, for sure. That's one of the reasons why I really do like the idea. From a developer perspective. It won't change, the sprint shortcut is just gone now. Oh. Well, wait a second, Lethal. If you go... The sprint shortcut is gone now. You mean you don't even see it in the list of findable keys? It's not... It's, It's a little more than halfway down if you scroll down. Right? It's the last thing right before the pet command section. You don't see that? Super excited for the new patch? Nice. Nice. Hey, Gwimchim. Is the new arcane cord for wizards stronger now? It is not any stronger yet. It's still as brittle as ever. But it does have duration upgrades now. The server restart, reset key bindings, and the renames. Ugh. That idea could influence expansions too. Let existing content evolve instead of getting a ton of empty, obsolete zones. Yeah, that is a great point to add on to this. Is exactly that, the evolution of content so that it stays relevant. It's another side of the same coin. But very, very important point, yeah. Named Pop again. Ooh! Look at that. Kugili. He's taunting us. He's taunting us. Wizard feels weird. Stopped playing the game 6 months ago. The rotation is strange. Those of you that play Wizard, certainly much more than I have, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that there's not really a rotation with the Wizard. It's more about hold on. I think there probably was more of a rotation feel to it back in the day, whereas now I think it's really just about those heavier, harder hits and managing your resource to make sure that, you know, you're not going overboard. Use spells, lose focus, easy game. What's on Kagili? Kagili. Anything good? Oh, the necklace. And a giant battle axe. And a bag. And a key. All right, we rolling on the necklace? It's time to roll. It's time to roll. Uh-oh. No way. Okay. I was going to say, I have very bad luck in rolling, so. What are we rolling on? That's funny. That necklace that starts the quest. If you've not done the necklace quest, then it's all you, Adel. Or Adel. Adel. Here, let's lock in for a second, see what our damage is feeling like right now. A different version. What if Infamy is server bound to promote community teamwork? When a guild or a set amount of guilds beat a hard mode, the server gains infamy and it unlocks a new area or challenge for the entire server. That's interesting. So that would be, if we did something like that, that would be not so much... It wouldn't be driving up the difficulty server-wide, but it would be unlocking... It would be unlocking challenges server-wide. Potentially. Something like that. By the way, JA, thank you so much. You, JA, let me just make this very clear. You are the first Vashlands member on YouTube since I've started back streaming. Thank you. I'm so unfamiliar with that side of things that I don't even know. Like I don't. I don't even know. Yeah, I need to learn a lot about that side of YouTube. But dude, thank you so much. Thank you for the support. It means a lot, man. Thank you. Is Vashlands kind of like so planned? Yeah, they're pretty much the same thing. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Oh wait. Joppa, I want to share a gripe. I want to vent a gripe. In Mad Run, there are widowers, I believe, that do an AoE grip called Lasso that roots everyone for 15 seconds. Then there are Lycan that AoE frontal damage Ravage, and it can wipe everyone. What is your gripe related to that, Battalion? You can also make it so Infamy increases the challenge for the raid guild as well, just not just unlock new challenges for the server. Yeah. That's something that I think could be kind of interesting, because then what I like about that idea is it's, you know, typically guilds. You know, I'm thinking back on Green. Oh man, what's the... Oh man. I wonder if I can remember the name. When I was playing on P99, Teal, and Green, there was a guild that had kind of a shaky reputation on the server. Does anyone remember what it was? Was it SEAL Team? Does that ring a bell? SEAL team. Maybe it was SEAL team. So I think it was SEAL team. Back then, I kind of knew a few of the members of SEAL team, mainly because and honestly, let me just stop and think here, because I don't want to misspeak, because I feel like I'm getting my time frames mixed up. Because I definitely didn't play as Joppa, and I wasn't streaming back then, so it's not like they knew who I was. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. It's not important. The point is, this was a guild that had a shaky reputation on the server for, you know, things like training, kill stealing, kind of like trying to dominate. But I had a conversation with a couple of people in the guild who were genuinely about trying to change that perspective and that reputation. Why do I keep struggling to say that? That reputation. And the idea that there would be a way for a guild that is like super hardcore, pushing through content, and then they can actually do something that benefits the server to potentially create, hey, Crust Lord's up, potentially create like a somewhat symbiotic relationship where it's like, it's not like the uber elitist guild over here, you know, doing all the stuff and they don't care about anybody else. Because what I do find with guilds like that is that they would love to have ways to kind of benefit the community or give back to the community or turn their triumphs into some kind of like a shared experience with other people. So I think that's a really intriguing idea. Sorry it took me so long to get to that point. But that's essentially what I was trying to put words around. Hey, what's up, Grix? You can typically stun the Lycan unless it's iron-willed. Yeah. Okay. It's a brutal mob combo that I don't know how skill can avoid the mechanic of a mob. Hold on. How skill can avoid the mechanic of a mob that lassos and roots the group for 15 seconds. So the group can't move, and then a Lycan AoE frontals and wipes the rooted group. Shield. Dude, Jay, that's awesome to hear, man. That's so cool. Very cool. I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that. Hold on, I'm trying to remember what shield it is. Hold on, I just want to see the stats real quick. Stamina, okay. Cool. Oh, you mean Nashra Dugbug? I'm not sure what there is to critique, Glorf. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, he is back. Yep. I will let another player that knows share that information with you to keep the community vibes strong. Yeah, I hear you, Battalion. I don't want to leave you hanging on that question or that comment. The best thing to say that I could say is we have some work to do to a degree to kind of normalize and I want to be careful here because I don't mean sterilize when I say that. I'm not talking about sterilizing. I'm talking about normalizing and making the kind of challenge that players encounter in certain level ranges and certain content a little more consistent. And there are absolutely still some places in the game, whether it's at really low levels with things like Bone Spike and Waylay and stuff that can literally one-shot you unexpectedly. And then certain combinations of things and ability synergies and various things that are just really devastating in certain content. These are things that are on our radar to go through and look at. So Can't Be Human. This right now, the DPS recap or the damage recap, damage healing recap is dev only. It is something we are talking about and considering during EA, at least for you guys to be able to see that as well. So stay tuned. Mulgar says that idea was pitched about 8 years ago on the VIP forums, where a guild has achievements, and say if they kill an uber mob, a time-locked zone appears for that server for all to explore, fight, adventure, and reap reward. I think it's a sick idea. We are absolutely going to discuss that. You know, I don't know. We'd have to figure out a way, you know, to make it doable and make sure resource-wise we could handle something like that. And so whether it's a zone or whether it's, you know, a specific, just a mob that spawns somewhere, that's available, you know, we need to think about what's actually doable for us. But I think it's a compelling idea. Beating a raid tier target could unlock a world boss on the server or release the seal on a door to a dungeon. Endless possibilities and would be a unique system other MMOs lack. Yep. Indeed. It's Hero Monk. Nice. I remember you, Hero Monk. Where do I know you from? Was it from Malcal? Or is it from Minus? Where do I remember that name? I feel like I know that name really well. From Brad and being one of the first VIP members. Me and you had many conversations before you became a community manager. What? Okay, hold on. I need to like... I need to be able to put the pieces together. I need to be able to really pinpoint this. Wow. Hey, what's up, Saxon? You were on the dev team for Life is Feudal? Nice. That's cool. Life is Feudal. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Sick. Very cool. Glad you're here. Well, for what it's worth, Hero Monk. It's good to see you. I recognize your name. And maybe you can tell me, you know, I don't know, if you remember any specific conversations we had or like something that was going on at the time. I recognize your name immediately. That's crazy. It's crazy. That is such a long time ago. So long ago that it like blows my mind to be reminded that I was even that I was the community manager for a period of time. What? That's crazy. You were with the original team before it was sold? I gotcha. Okay. Benny Two Thumbs, no gnome news yet. No gnome, that's hard to say. No gnome news yet. Jay Binsky, I don't know if you missed my ranting on what I think is one of the biggest issues with the game as it stands right now. And that is combat clarity. Like, what is happening in combat? And that's everything from these UI elements with health and mana and various things. That's the floating combat text, the positioning of it, the ability to filter it. That's the ability to, you know, have some control over the VFX. And it goes even deeper than that. It's ooh. It's I was having a conversation with Phil, one of our audio guys, yesterday about the role that audio needs to play even in clarity of combat, so that, you know, when I'm up here fighting, I don't want to hear everyone else's hits, everyone else's clunks and thwaps and slices and all of the spell effects and everything at the same level that I hear my character's activity. I want to be able to hear what my character's doing more prominently in the mix as just generally a part of helping make things more clear. Same with impact effects. I want to see my impact effects for my weapons. I don't need to see other people's impact effects. There's animation things that need to improve. So when you miss with a weapon swing, you know, you swing a little slower and you hear like a deeper, bigger whoosh. All of these things factor into making clarity in combat better, and they are needed. But yes, floating combat text is a big one. For sure. Rapala Browns. It's just a timing. It's just a priority thing. Warrior's not done. They still got some cooking to do. Are add-ons allowed in Pantheon? We don't really have a policy on it right now. But we will likely have some kind of a policy on add-ons to some extent. I don't know what it's going to be. And I'm leaving the door open that we may not. We might just kind of, you know... We're largely going to cross that bridge when we come to it. And we will probably opt for being more conservative than maybe we will be longer term in the beginning, just to... Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. Like right now we don't have a map. We do intend to have a map. A top-down topographical map, no GPS, for just general waymaking. And I'm not going to go into details about the map, you know, as far as like a cartography system potentially or anything like that, because those things are still TBD. But we intentionally want the map situation to be a little bit, you know, more like you've really got to go around and pay attention to where you're at. And hey, what's up? What's up, comments? Sorry, hold on. Pause in this line of thought real quick. Watch. Is there plans to not have buffs drop when you zone? Oh yeah. Okay. Yes, the buff dropping. We are going to address that. Yes. And I know it's a pain. I know it's a pain. We are going to address that. Yep. But that map, so there exists out in the wilds a way to, well, let's just say there exists out in the wilds something that kind of completely breaks the spirit of that goal, and therefore there are things that we absolutely want to be able to manage and avoid. So we'll see. We'll see. That's probably the best answer right now. We'll see. And to what degree? We'll see. Not sure if you've seen that while retail is eliminating add-ons for the game, and as someone who slightly follows the game, getting the community happy with the in-game UI must cause devs to lay awake. Dude, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to get fans actually happy with the UI. Completely. Just everybody's different. They want something different. But WoW is a perfect example of being so dependent on add-ons. That's just... I really would like for us to avoid being in a situation like that. Yeah, you bet. You bet, comments. Good to see you again, man. Doug, I was just thinking the same thing. I think there's a happy medium. Maybe asked the community to submit their add-ons for you to test that they create. And if you love them, promote it to authorized add-on or implement it into the base UI with a disclaimer that any add-on submitted could be used by the dev team. Yeah, well, and that's so... This is one of those difficult things to talk about because there's a lot of different ways to attack it. And if I'm speaking purely personally, like, I have used plenty of add-ons and enjoyed them thoroughly. I, to some degree, enjoy modding certain games and enjoy the whole concept of modding games. So I understand that the player satisfaction is there, and I understand that oftentimes mod developers get it a lot more right than the actual devs do when it comes to things like that. So so it's this weird tension of, like, if somebody comes along and just makes this incredible add-on for the game, like, there's a real genuine desire to want to embrace that, and it would be interesting to explore, I don't know, ways to, I guess, go through a process like that where there could be a way to officially recognize certain mods and certain add-ons that can be folded into the game. You know, in a way that wouldn't. It's just tricky. It would need to be navigated well. Ooh. So Ramona is popping. Swimming feels great. Nice. It's only gonna get better. This is just the first pass. Okay, you got me with that one, Dougbug. Okay. Okay. I saw on Facebook via the official Pantheon channel that a roadmap is due at the end of December on a scale of 1 to Jurassic Park. How much will we have to hold on to our butts? Well, hold on. Hold on. It's gonna be full Jurassic Park butt holding. It's gonna be full Jurassic Park butt holding. In fact, I don't think you guys understand. I know you guys don't understand. Let me rephrase that. Of course you don't understand because you don't know what it is yet. I don't know that you guys are ready even. For what's coming. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's going to be meteoric levels of butt holding, for sure. The clenching of the butts. Yeah, well, no longer lurking. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to threaten. I'm gonna have to threaten it because there's a lot coming, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. It's definitely for me the most exciting time in Pantheon's history in terms of this kind of moment we're in right now. There's been lots of moments on the precipice of something. Some of them have panned out, some of them haven't. But this one is not a waiting to see if it pans out moment. This is a waiting to be able to talk to you guys about what is certainly coming. And that's what makes it hard and what makes it incredibly exciting, is just knowing what those things are. And the anticipation is just about to kill me here. It is really, really hard not to. But the good news is, as soon as we do make the announcements that we need to make, then it's like, I mean, we're just going to have a lot of things to talk about. And we'll be able to talk about them freely. And you guys will be able to enjoy talking about them, not from the point of like, when's this going to happen? And what's this going to look like? And how's it going to work? But it's going to be like, okay, like, let's start. We know when these things are going to happen. We know what they're going to look like. We know how they're going to work. So let's just talk about what it's going to be like, you know? It's going to be so good. I'm the only one here, Joppa. It'll be a secret between you and me. Have I played any M&M? I have not yet, but I am planned to soon. I think once they launch into their EA, it'll be good to hop in. I'm excited about it. Barnacle gloves. You need some barnacle gloves. Yeah, I'm gonna play it on stream. Yeah. No, you're not going to see a Battle Royale mode on the roadmap. No. How many of you in here actually played our 247 testing mode? What's up, Codith? Okay. Oh, there was a lot of chaos for sure. A lot of chaos. But I'm just going to say this. When the time comes, I still believe that that would be a very compelling, like, offering for the game. I do. So let me explain. Here we go. You know, and if you were traumatized by this, you know, cover your ears. I'm just gonna give a quick explanation to what this was. Okay, it's okay. It's just an explanation. So. No. You guys are making me laugh. Come on now. I'm not supposed to laugh at things. I'm stoic. I'm stoic. What's happening? What am I not reading? Joppa, what's your time like? How long? I'm getting roasted in my group chat here. Timeline. How long have we been going? Oh my gosh, 5.5 hours. Okay. I probably do need to wrap up here pretty soon. Woo. Basically, 247 was an idea for us before we had decided to go into EA, and before we had decided to go into Seasons, which we did leading up to EA. 247 was meant to be kind of a testing vehicle for us, where we created a gameplay mode of Pantheon where it was essentially set up as an survival extraction kind of experience, where you had a hub, you had a stash, and you could queue up for timed hour-long raids or matches, in a way, that were instanced, that had a maximum player count, and in the hub there were quests, and there were quests, progression of quests and unlockables and things like that, and you would queue up for a certain zone. You could queue up for a PvE or PvP only. And then it was extraction survival, meaning like you had a certain amount of time to get in and get out. There were certain places where you could leave and extract. If you didn't extract in time, you would lose, everything. And yeah, and that's what it was. It is definitely not suited for an MMO playstyle, and that's ultimately what was so problematic about it. Was for people coming in with that kind of experience in mind. I think there were a lot of people that really enjoyed it, but for the majority of our audience, it was too difficult of a. It was extremely helpful for us, development-wise. Like 100%, no cap, like. It was extremely helpful for us because it gave everybody this kind of cyclical, self kind of perpetuating way to play the game that in a way generated its own kind of content, because it was all about the experiences you were having from raid to raid, and they could be very dynamic. And that allowed us to work on things that were not super public facing, you know, like a new zone or a new class or things like that, because we had a lot of back-end stuff we still needed to do. There was a lot of technical debt we were working through, and so it was difficult to, with people, you know, waiting and wanting the MMO to get more and more realized. It was a really helpful tool for us to allow for testing, to try different things, but to focus on back-end stuff. The major problem, of course, is that it wasn't the MMO. And at the end of the day, like, that's all that matters, is that the people that have gotten us this far, the people that want Pantheon to be released, they just did not want us going that route. And at the end of the day, you know, it forced us to consider what some of our other options were. And ultimately that process is what set the stage for us landing on what Seasons was, which was a kind of an episodic release approach to the MMO development, which was awesome. And that ended up setting the stage for us to be able to successfully launch EA, which is why we are where we are now. So it's a time a lot of people would like to forget, and I understand that, but it ended up actually being really helpful to ultimately get us where we are now. And I do think that the model for 247 is something that could fit really well in Pantheon down the road as like a PvP or kind of extra game mode experience within the game. I think it could be really cool, but you know, that's a down the road thing. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. But what I do want to say is this, guys. Thanks for sticking with us through that. Thank you for sticking with us through that. Jopichka. What up, G? How you doing, Jabroni? Good to see you. Oh, I'm sure it was hard to watch from the outside. It was hard to... It was hard. It was hard. And we've been through a couple of seasons like that. We're just straight up hard. And, you know, I've always kind of viewed them as just, you know, it's a storm that you have to weather to get through to the glorious harbor in the end. And, you know, at the end of the day, as long as we do not give up, then we'll get there. And ladies and gentlemen, we're not giving up. Battalion, get out of here. Go. Go be with your... Glorf. Oh my goodness. Yes, it's okay if you go. Get with your static. Do it. Thank you so much, Battalion, for being here. That's awesome. Olgar, thank you. Yes, the tenants indeed. Thank you for the bits, my friend. It's crazy. By the way, Hero Monk, very cool. Yeah. What a crazy, crazy thing. Such a long era. Long ago era. Pant Raiders. Oh, man. Yeah, super trash it was. It was. It was. That was the purpose indeed. Gotta remind myself that making a game like this is incredibly hard. It is. It is incredibly hard. It is insanely rewarding, but it is very difficult for sure. I think I'm going to stay put here for now. Yeah, I think group's breaking up. Actually, I'm gonna go down here. I mean, not bad, guys. Level 17. Actually, you know what I want to do? Before I log off, I want to go get my abilities. Ooh. Wait, I want to see this rogue. Look at this dude. This dude is... Oh man, I love seeing high-level players. I like dwarf rogues a lot too. I'm just gonna say it. I think dwarf rogues are really cool. Yeah, mouse hacks, that's right. I'm very thankful. Tanhawk, there is never going to be a hot pink flying unicorn anywhere near Pantheon. Not that I have a problem with hot pink. Not that I have a problem with unicorns. But I have a real problem with it flying. A very big problem with it flying. It would need to be shot down. It would need to be shot down. Speaking of art, curious if you've tapped into AI at all for development or looked into it. Thoughts on AI in regards to this game? Well, I mean... The answer is there's a lot of ways to tap into AI when it comes to game development or really anything. There are big ways that we've tapped into AI when it comes to, you know, obviously like productivity. I use AI quite a bit when I'm wanting to like, you know, simplify. For example, here's one of the ways I used AI recently. I went into the, I've done it twice now. I went into the massive like Discord wipe thread, like to wipe or not to wipe or whatever it's called. And I literally copied and pasted every single statement in there, put it into UI and said, hey, give me an executive summary on the entirety of this discourse. I'm planning on doing the same thing with the summoner feedback. Even though I'm, you know, obviously I'm reading every single one of these things as it comes through, but for the sake of like helping to disseminate it to the rest of the team and, you know, kind of the people that are involved in the discussions, that's been a really helpful way to synthesize information and kind of get it more ingestible more quickly. So I think, I mean, a lot of the process is like finding ways that when it comes to the game development itself, like I think there are ways that AI can help on the development side that don't infringe on like the spirit of the game and the authenticity of the game and the human-made, you know, reality of game making that I think are worth looking at. But it's still, I mean, AI is still kind of like, I don't know. There are just ways that it's feels like not quite there yet. I don't know. It's a good question. It's an extremely hot topic question. I will say this. I don't have the issue with AI that I feel like a lot of people do. And I do wonder sometimes if the issue that people have with AI is and I don't mean this as a slight to anybody at all, or like I don't respect the position, because I do, but sometimes I do wonder, because there can be things that people kind of bandwagon on without really having like an actual conviction of their own as to why. I do wonder sometimes how much of that is going on with AI. If that makes sense. Like whether people genuinely, personally have a true deep-seated issue with it, which again, I know that some people do, and I respect the reasons for it. I think they're legitimate. I don't know. Sometimes it just seems like, I don't know. I mean, take for example music. There's a lot of people that are like kind of weirded out by AI music. Like, isn't there like a country song right now that's trending close to #1? That's an AI song. That's kind of wild. Fan of Knives. Wait. Is this an upgrade? Triple killer. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, walk my walk. That's what it's called. That's right. Hey, that's our first gold, guys. That's our first gold piece. Nice. We are moving on up in the world. These are a quest that we can do, so I'm saving all these. Okay, we can buy most of this stuff, I think. Curious what this is. I definitely want this. Waylay 2. Okay. Let's go ahead and get Fan of Knives as well. Might as well. All right. Yeah, there goes the gold. I had a gold. It's gone. It's gone. I have been very excited about Wall Climber. Increase your endurance by 15 and reduce the rate your endurance drains while climbing. Yes, indeed. Anticoagulant. Applying this toxin to your weapon will give it a chance to deal additional physical damage. Okay. That's the difference. Physical versus chemical. Now, this one, though, is an agility modifier. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep this one. Did you guys like how I didn't put this on my weapon a single time tonight? Not a single time did I have toxins on my weapon. I've got to figure out a way to do better than that. You know? And it's the chat's fault. I mean, let's be honest. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mouse. I mean, it's the chat's fault. It's getting scary how they're pairing UI with quantum computers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely respect... So I feel like I can say at the same time that I don't have an issue with AI for the ways that I feel like it is being used. I mean, I'll at the risk of, you know, I don't even have a huge issue with generative AI. I don't think I would ever reach the point where I would value generative AI over what an artist produces. And I think there are lines in creative endeavors that you should not cross. But you know, I mean, that's just kind of where I'm at on it. But at the same time, I also have this kind of respect for the fact that there is eventually a line, and I can feel that same concern of like how there doesn't really seem to be much in place to actually stop it from crossing, from being crossed. And what happens once that has occurred? So it's this mixture of like somewhat enjoying and appreciating what it is, but also being concerned about where it's going. Hey, I just reached 30-minute runtime of photorealism. Okay. I'm going to stay in Wild Zen for now. I think AI is capable of writing some games, like, or creating some games. I don't know if it can do it in like a single prompt. Maybe. No, didn't get. We did get a necklace drop, but I didn't win the roll. You think leveling is much smoother in Wild's End? I don't know. I just like it. I like the kind of wildernessy feel of it. As much as it can be problematic, and I know we get dinged on like it's difficult to waymake, and there's not a whole lot of like clarity and whatnot, which I do agree with. By the way, there are some things we can do to improve the area immediately surrounding the city, but I love that it just kind of just feels very wild, you know? Yeah, a true Pandora's box, indeed. Indeed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's definitely a way to preserve creativity and artistic integrity while employing AI to some degree. I definitely think that's still possible, but it's just one of those lines of like responsibility and self-responsibility that, you know, you just like you either have that or you don't. You know, you can either walk that line or you don't. And so it's tough because the reality is this. Here's the reality. At least as far as what I'm expecting. We're going to see more and more of it. We are already seeing it being embraced even on a AAA level with game development. And I'm just talking about in the gaming industry right now. You know, obviously there's all kinds of other ways it's being utilized. But you have, for example, a game as big right now as Arc Raiders that has employed AI in various aspects of the game. And right now it's causing kind of a little bit of a rumble because people are talking about it. But in reality, it is happening. And it's one of those places where it's like you can resist it and you can completely opt out, but in doing so, you know, that comes with a pretty significant and growing list of sacrifices that you would make compared to those who have not opted out from utilizing it. Especially as it becomes better and better and better, and it starts to become somewhat indistinguishable. And at that point, the question becomes like, where are the inflection points where you require human interaction and human gatekeeping and human curation to keep what you're making human? You know, like it's a pretty crazy thing to like think about and kind of take all the way down to its endpoint. But I think it's you know, depending on your perspective, fortunately or unfortunately, for good or for bad, better or for worse, like it is where things are headed. And so, it's just, guys, and I'm sure you guys feel it too. It's just a weird time. We're just at a weird time. The inflection point here with this and what it means and where it's going, and it's just new. So much of this is new. And yeah. Anyway, on that note, it could be, and SH, yeah, it could be totally overblown. It could absolutely be a fad. We could realize this whole, like, you know, singularity and AGI, you know, this whole thing, like, you never know. It could be a nothing burger. So we'll see. We shall see. You're an electrician. You've never used AI. Well, the good thing about being an electrician is I don't know that you have as much to worry about, for sure. And they make, I mean, it seems like they make good money. We just had an electrician come out the other day and basically we needed to, well, we didn't need to, but I wanted to move my circuit breaker box like 2 inches to the right and 2 inches up on the wall. Okay? Without exaggeration. Literally. 2 inches to the right and 2 inches up. $8,000. $8,000. So it's staying put. You know, where it is where it's going to be. So whatever electricians are doing, it's, you know, making some money. Now, that's the highest quote we got. We did get 2 other estimates, and they were all still, you know, contrary to what you guys might think. You know, we're not making a ton of money, you know, making Pantheon. So we have very strict, like, range, and everything was very outside of the range. So the options are DIY, yes, which I don't know when it comes to electricity. You know, a little spooky. And it's also just like we don't need to move it. It doesn't have to happen. You know, we can work around it. Anyway, that's cool though. Like electricians, things like that. It's you're good. You're good. Yeah. Pantheon really takes off. Then I can move that thing. Then I can afford to move my circuit breaker box. Yeah. Codeman, I'm gonna ask you about that soon, because I want to really hear what you're thinking there. YouTube tutorial plus a little self disregard. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Nicodemus? Leave the circuit breaker, move the house. Orf, look at you out here solving problems. Spitting. Guys, that was a blast. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be back again Friday evening, as I have for the last couple of weeks, because those Friday streams have been awesome. Huge day. Brand new patch. I'm really excited to keep hearing the feedback on Summoner, feedback on Wild Bloods, and then, like I said, like, snowball, hold on to your butts, because there's a whole heck of a lot more good stuff coming. A whole heck of a lot more good stuff coming. But yeah, I will leave you guys here for tonight, and then I will announce, let you guys know if we're back on Friday, and we will keep rolling. We will keep on rolling. I know. I was looking for the soundbite from Jurassic Park. That's what I was looking for earlier, and I didn't. I didn't catch it in time. Just the T-Rex roar. I do have the I do have that somewhere, don't I? The
Hold on to your butts.
There it is. There it is. Okay, yeah, we can do raid. Yes, just let me play. Thank you for reminding me. Please, guys, if you are watching this on YouTube, I'm not going to say it that way. I'm going to say, hey, like the video, subscribe. I feel like my face is getting red saying this stuff. What is going on? It's a very simple thing. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. The reason for doing that is because YouTube thinks the video is better and more worthy of showing to more people if you do that. So, yeah. Anyway. Guys, seriously though, awesome. Thank you so much for the discussions, the ideas, the feedback, hanging out. Glorf and Co, Alinar, everyone else, thanks for being patient with my persistent distractedness. I really appreciate that. I think we're going to actually raid. I know who I'm going to raid. And I'm not going to say it because I don't want them to know. But they better be ready to hold on to their butts because it's about to get real. It's about to get so real. Oh my goodness. The realness. I love watching these when it's I love watching these. Guys, give these guys some love. Or give this guy some love. Or this girl. Or these people. Because you don't know who it's going to be. But give them some love. I will see you guys hopefully in a couple of days. I'll be watching Discord. Please hit the summoner thread if you haven't yet. Keep giving the awesome feedback. For me, guys, that's going to be a wrap. Until next time, I will see you very soon. Let me get the raid cooking. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. As soon as it's ready, I'm sending you there. As soon as it's ready. Here we go. Boom.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yo, Joppa Vash with the raid. What the heck, bros? Thank you, Joppa. I was just there a few minutes ago before I started streaming. Did another neck drop?